I will call this Board of Selectmen regular meeting for Wednesday, December 11th, 2024 to order. We'll start with the first selectman remarks. A few things that I did want to review is, I know most of our residents, or all of our residents at this point in time, have received revaluation letters. And most of them, I hope they were sitting down when they got them, because the values in terms of our homes have gone up rather significantly. I believe, Tony, and keep me honest, the average was about 60%.
60%, correct.
60%. So we've received a number of calls and inquiries in regard to that. The important thing from my perspective, to make sure that the residents understand, is that there is a limited amount of time that you have by which you can question and or appeal or dispute what you've had there, or ask for additional information. And that's approaching. So if you have any questions and you haven't already called about them, it's really very important that you do. And the other thing I wanted to just reiterate is that your taxes will not go up in the same proportion as the values of the properties did. This is only for the valuation of the property. The taxes are really dictated by our budget and how much our budget goes up. Now, depending on how much your value of your homes went up, if yours went up more than one of your neighbors, for example, your taxes may go up a little higher than your neighbors if we have based on the average increase. But it's nothing anywhere near the type of increase that you've seen in your valuation. So there'll be more information on that, and as you know, the budget really is dictated or identified in the March, April, May timeframe. So keep that in mind. Also, we are still in the process of going over to POCD, and this is a message as much for this board as it is for the public. Next month, during the course of this next month, our strategic plan committee will be meeting to go over some details in regards to the strategic plan. At our January meeting, I would like us to be in a position to start to consider our input, if you will, to our POCD, and obviously our strategic plan should play a part in that. So that's something that I mentioned today, so that we understand this is something that's coming up. So if you've got thoughts, you've got ideas, we're going to try to get some information out, particularly, for example, input from the other boards and commissions that they may have received, and we're hopeful to have both our consultant and Chris, who's our enforcement officer, available at that meeting to talk to us a little bit about that. I also wanted to mention, and this also relates to Chris Sullivan a little bit, she will also be present next week to talk a little bit about the recent zoning changes as relates, and it really came up as a matter of what we're doing, or what was being requested and what may be done at the Fountain Street location at 804 Fountain, I believe is the address. But there were some changes made with regard to density, related to the density, and please keep in mind that this is density very specifically in those areas of town that have water and sewer. So in our town, that's I believe around 2% of our acreage. So it's not anything that impacts the majority of our town. This is really most of our sewers are in the business district, and it extends up from there. So wanted to make sure everybody was aware of those changes. There will be an application by the person who's looking to put up a complex, and that will be noticed in the normal way. And we've also asked, and frankly, I'll just say I apologize for not having been more forthright with information as relates to the recent hearing. They did follow the processes that were normally followed. Obviously, it didn't really get to enough people, or as many people as we feel it should have. So we'll be certain to make sure we do something more as we go forward for anything along those lines, because it was, I understand, folks didn't realize what was happening, or that things were happening, and it's important from my perspective and from our perspective that we try to be as open and communicative as possible. So we'll be changing a little bit of that. So
Mika, I'm sorry, you said Chris will be coming next week?
I'm sorry if I said next week, excuse me, I meant next month.
Okay.
Our next meeting, for our
Okay,
next
thank
meeting.
you.
Exactly. Thank you, Andrea.
Yeah.
So with that, our next item on our agenda is a presentation by Butterfly. Now, so a little bit of background, and please, the principal, Al Sabloy, and yes, please. And anyone you want there with you, Al. So, we've been working with Butterfly. We approached Butterfly actually because they're an energy company based out of Shelton, and I'm sure Al will give you a little bit more background, so I won't use time on that. But because they're in energy, we were in the process, and we still are in the process of putting together a comprehensive energy plan for our town. And we called Butterfly in for some assistance, and what they were doing, what they do and what they could do didn't necessarily fall into line with what we were thinking as far as a energy plan is concerned, but they did provide some rather out-of-box type thoughts and opportunities that could be provided that were worth consideration. We've gone through a couple of iterations in dialogue back and forth, and we're at a point now where Al and his team were ready to present to the staff some additional information, and I felt it would be important, and rather than presenting it to us and then presenting it to you, to just present it all. So this is a presentation that I've seen along with you, and it was just here, but this is for us to see what he's presenting. We're not here to make a decision on anything at this point. It's more to understand what it is, what they're presenting, and we will take this up. One of the reasons I've asked Al and his team to come in is because we do have consideration for solar at the transfer station, and this also looks at solar at the transfer station, so it's something that we want to make sure we can consider. The folks from Green Skies are anxious to see if we're willing to sign a land lease for them, and before we do that, I want to make sure we consider any options that might exist. So with that, Mr. Savoy.
Mika, thank you. Everyone hear me? Okay. I know there's a microphone,
thank
but
you.
it's not for,
Yep,
it's for recording, correct?
primarily, yes.
Okay, so I think we have a total of about an hour. We'll be a little less than that. I'd like to make this interactive, so I don't mind as we go through things. I thought I would do three things at a very high level. Real quick about me, I think it's a bit unique here. A little bit about Butterfly because it's relevant to the business model that we provide our customers. And then three, we put a bunch of work into what I believe you'll judge as a fairly creative approach. It's our business model. And we're the only ones that do it in the United States. So quick about me. I went to Amity High School. I live in Orange today. I don't know, I think our taxes went up too. Maybe I should move back to Woodbridge. I lived in Woodbridge for quite a few years after, and I captained the Amity baseball team. I went to college in Connecticut. I built 3 companies here. And I live maybe 6 miles from here. So I have a place in my heart for the town and the whole 3 towns, and my son is playing baseball, so there's probably more to this than just the business side of it, for what it's worth, if I could share that with all of you. And I graduated in '78, just gave my age away, so I've been here a long enough time to see all kinds of change go through the town. So that's number 1. Number 2, a little bit about the company, if I can. I founded it. It's my 3rd company that I founded. I will tell you I get better at doing it each time. You learn, like anything else. And it is very focused on the energy space. And let me tell you why we did it. I'll describe the model, and then when I get to the proposal, you'll have a good sense for how unique it really is. So the problem in the market that bothered the heck out of me is that everybody agrees there's about a 30% waste factor of the use of energy. Now, you're going to have a cousin or a brother or somebody who might have done, because they tinker, they might have done everything, and they're an exception, but the general rule of thumb is that we as a country, whether it's residential, commercial, or municipality, waste about 30%. And that's really dumb from my perspective. And what got worse for me is when people go out and buy solar, not only do you waste, then you spend a bunch of money and capital to power something you don't need to do. That also seemed pretty foolish from my perspective. So I began to ask myself the question, why? All right, and I'm going to answer what I did with the company and then give you an idea of how successful it's become, really because of this business model that's very unique. First of all, most people don't want to spend the capital to do all the things necessary, and it's not one thing. It's not just putting LED lights in. It's a lot more than that, okay? And we're living in a day where the world's transitioning to a heat pump architecture as well, and this stuff gets a little bit complicated. people don't really want to outlay the dollars to do the right thing on all the different elements of doing a very good job to capture that 30%. And as a result of that, people often do one thing, or more often than not, they do nothing. Okay, that's very typical. And you all look in the mirror, you ask yourself the question in general, whether it's the building in the town or your home or whatever. And again, some of you have done some things, not all things. So I built a model on a whiteboard in 2017 where we pay for everything, everything. And there's no surprises to any of this. And I'm going to describe that model to you here as we move forward on how that model works. And we've done a proposal to the town of Woodbridge for that. Now, before I do that, I'm going to hit you up front with a dynamic. This proposal means that we, Butterfly, will spend roughly 43 to 45 million, I think it's $45 million of our money, all within 1 to 2 years, to basically make all the investments that need to be made and should be made to get the best possible outcome for the town, and then we hand selected a percentage of the homes in the town. And again, there's no hidden agendas here, to a point where we don't actually sell anything, literally. And I have trouble when I meet with customers very often, because people that sit in this chair, they're usually selling something and they want to get a win. We end up paying for everything, and then when you see the model, it takes many years for us to get that back. And we bear the risk at 100% to get that back, okay? And we manage the whole environment to do so. So I built a model with Butterfly that turned this market on its head in a way that was good for the customer. This market historically has been driven primarily by people who lend money, lease things to you, sell things to you, but you ultimately end up bearing the risk that A, it's going to work, B, it's going to perform, and C, you're going to get the money back. And at the end of the day, the billing that the utilities produce is probably one of the worst designed documents by humans that I have ever seen. You all probably agree, to a point where you don't even read them because they're too hard to read. All right, so that entire environment drove me to build Butterfly. So, couple things on the company. Next slide. And I'm going to tell you how it works. We have become the fastest growing company in the energy space in the United States. I didn't expect that in 2017. It's a testament of the model. I've got a couple of associates here. We'll talk about it. We've been on the Inc. 5000 4 years running, Deloitte 500, and it's because it's so easy for our customers to adopt our model. We've raised about $1 billion. Now, again, I'm a 3-time entrepreneur. I went to Amity High School. I'm local. It's been a good run for the company, and it's a testament to the actual model. We work with all the big manufacturers. So when we buy heat pumps, air conditioning units, high efficiency things, by the way, we only buy the best. And we buy the best because we pay for everything at cost. We show you every check we write because we don't sell anything, okay? And therefore, it has to last a long time, because the only way we're going to get our money back is if in that 10th, 12th, 13th year, it's still doing a good job with high efficiency outcomes, because that's the only way we can get our money back and hopefully make some money. And I'm going to talk to you about that in a couple of minutes. Let me go through how the model works. Go back one slide, if who's ever clicking right now. So very quickly, here's how it works. If you understand the solar market, the solar companies have taken a capital expenditure and spread it over typically a 20-year time frame, okay? At Butterfly, we've done a similar thing, but we've spread it over a 10 to 15-year time frame, and we buy more than just solar. We buy brand new heat pumps, brand new air conditioning units. To give you a feel for the savings of that, we're generating about a 50% reduction in energy use of the HVAC units that we're installing compared to what people typically have. It's as much as an LED light is in today's world. LEDs is another one. LEDs typically get a bit old in the tooth after 5 or 6 years. And therefore another generation every 5, 6, 7 years. Now we tend to buy a 10-year light. We spend more money to buy a better light because the tech keeps changing enough that you can get another 30% on your second investment of LED lights. So this is a portfolio strategy. So what we do, We sign a deal with a customer. It's a simple contract. We've kept it to literally 2 pages with addendums. Why? Because we pay for everything. Makes it really easy. Gets rid of all the hard print. We have rarely a lot of red lines on our agreement. We then take over the billing from the utility, and we actually sit between the utility bill and the customer. We created a billing system. Now, we show every customer the real bill. You get to see it. There's no hidden agendas here. But that gives us the ability to manage those economics appropriately and be able to begin to give discounts to the customer. We hand those discounts to the customers, no question asked. So essentially what we're doing is if we drive a 30% save, we're handing a percentage of that to the customer. In this case, you'll see when I talk about the proposal, we're proposing to hand you a 15%, no questions asked, proposal for municipal buildings and about 400 homes. So we're being creative here. We're talking about combining some homes, and it's going to be people that would like to opt in and be part of this, and we'll talk about those benefits of 15% in your pocket, no questions asked. Then we go out and we buy brand new stuff, lots of it, $45 million of it to be exact, okay? And we'll talk about those details in a couple of minutes for the benefit of driving those efficiencies. And it's a 15-year proposal, okay? And over that time frame, we have to do enough to make the 15% we handed you. We have to do enough to get the $45 million back plus cost of money. And then we have to make some money to stay alive and be around to be able to support you, okay? That's essentially how the program works. There's not a single number in this program that isn't fully transparent and available. Everything we buy, we show you what we spend. Today we get 42% off Carrier, Train, Lennox, Daikin, York, all of them. And why? Because we're buying so much. And that discount becomes an opportunity for us to be able to invest here at a rate less than if someone small is going to go out and do something. That all helps this model in a very, very big way. Next slide. One more. I'm going to give you a couple of high points of what's unique and what bothered me about the market. It's subtle, but obviously the success of Butterfly proves that it's profound. I believe at the end of the day, we're wasting energy. We all believe that. If we really do achieve a 30% reduction, I don't believe we have a climate problem. All right? And it just bothered me that we don't achieve that. The challenge in the market is the market goes after what I call enablers, one enabler, two enabler, and leaves the responsibility in the customer's hands. You have to be an energy expert to do a great job at this. So what we did is built a model where we do the whole portfolio, and we're responsible for the total outcome. We own the total outcome, which is a close to 100% renewable base of power, because that's a good thing, and it levelizes the cost. And we're going to talk a little bit about climate and green. I'm going to tell you my philosophy on it. You can probably tell I'm pretty blunt about talking about these topics, okay? And we deliver a number of things to get to that. And basically, we assume the outcome's going to be achieved. And we hand that benefit to the customer from the first day. So you don't have to worry about trying to manage to that outcome, okay? That's very unique in the market. And with no questions asked, we write lots of checks to do this. And again, we've raised a tremendous amount of money to do that and get that job done. Next slide. We've raised about $1 billion. Today we're about 400 people, just to give you a feel. You could probably tell I'm pretty hands-on. I founded it. We were only 2 people to start. And give you an idea of our size, we're going to end the year at about a $200 million run rate at this point. About 2 years ago, we did a major private equity deal. We are applied with the Department of Energy for $1.5 billion. For today's meeting, we have plenty of capital to do this. All right, money is not an issue to get this accomplished. Okay, I want to be very clear. We don't sell anything. If you don't want to do this, I'm totally fine. I said it to Mika and Tony. You could probably tell why. We'll spend the $45 million somewhere else, right? The real challenge for us is to make sure that we put it in a position of better outcomes, that we can in the long run be able to make money and reduce carbon, okay? That's really the objective on this. We're a who's who of customers. I'm going to be very upfront. We have not penetrated the municipality market yet. And I'm totally upfront on that. We have recently landed a few universities. We just landed UConn, the first location there. I could tell you that cycle's taken a long time. I was in a press conference, next slide, with the governor. Called me on a Friday. You probably are all the recipient of the benefits charge, I assume, where your bills all went up. That was a hot potato. I had nothing to do with it, just so you know. I got a call on a Friday. There are the pictures. I was all over the news. I was on Channel 8 News. You know, Butterfly was deemed the solution to the benefits charge to some degree. And really what was behind it is the fact that we could save a lot of money by investing. That more than makes up for the benefits charge. But I'm giving you an idea of our visibility within the state. I know Governor Lamont well. We're invested with the Green Bank, with Connecticut Innovations, and know all those folks. They're behind us in everything that we're achieving right now. So that is a quick overview of Butterfly, okay? I'll pause for a second. Sometimes I can talk too much, and I apologize for that. Any questions for me? Anything? Even who's going to win the World Series next year? Any questions?
Can you just clarify, please, what the reduction is? Because on this slide, I see 30%. I thought I heard you say 15%, and then earlier I heard you say 50%. So for Woodbridge specifically, what's the target reduction?
30%.
30%.
But
Okay. Over the
why-
course of 15 years.
Yeah, every year for 15 years other than the ramp-up period.
30% reduction in energy use.
Energy
Not
use,
necessarily
correct.
costs, but energy.
Well, let me repeat the model because it's hard to, and again, having created it, it's easy for me. It's essentially, if you take a high-level view, you could either believe or not believe that we could get 30% pretty much across the board. But I bear the risk on it, so if we've got the money to invest in the things that do it, my problem less than yours. The real question is, where does the 30% go, right? That 30% has to pay for everything, right? So what I did in the model is we're the ones who pay for all that. And we even show you how much we pay. And what we're doing is we're taking, in this case, half of it and we're handing it to you. But you don't buy anything. We're the ones who buy everything. Okay? And that's the $45 million that it's going to take to go get that 30%. So in the remaining amount, we have to get enough to get the 45 million back plus some cost of money, because money's not free, right? And then hopefully have some left over for us to make some money. And what we do is we pick the non-risk discount we give the customer. And in this case, we're handing you 15%. You're getting it whether we achieve 30 or not, you got it.
Oh, I see.
You follow that? I know it's a little hard to fathom, and I did it. I created this model because I felt the customer should be dealt with first. And foremost, you are the most important party in this. All you have to do in our model is say, yes, you don't write any checks. And then we start, but you're involved as you want to be. We begin investing. The other thing we do is we're transparent. So if we pay carrier, $30,000, $40,000, you could see the invoice that we pay them. We're a total open book on every number that's happening here. By the way, we may not get to 30%. That's never a guarantee. So I don't know if I answered the question.
Yes, thank you.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Is this essentially a performance contract for our buildings?
I hate the term. I'm going to be candid with you. The ESCO, who knows what an ESCO is here? I'm going to be blunt. I can't stand the ESCO model. The first ESCO deal I saw was a 100-page agreement. There were 6 pages to define the word risk. If you need 6 pages to define risk, you failed before you started, okay? In our case, we bear 100% of the risk. So in a way, it's not really a performance contract because you're getting your percent no matter what. And I did that on purpose. I wanted Butterfly to be so good that we will bear the entire risk that we'll achieve the goal. There's no questions asked on that. Your only concern should be, how much can we make, right? And we're showing you everything. But you also have to realize that we may not make anything. We may actually lose money. And the way, and you'll say, Al, how could you be a good leader of a company? We have over 7,000 locations now. We have a portfolio, just like a stock portfolio. And we have, 10, 15% of those are underperforming, just so you know. We're okay with that. I'm okay, because like your stock portfolio. And we have a few that are overperforming. And we have a bunch in the middle that are performing within a reasonable tolerance level. By the way, we show you all that. But you get to see everything. I created it on purpose to get rid of those 6 pages.
Well, there you go. So I don't know if you've looked at the performance contract that we had at Beecher Road School. We're probably out of it by now, I think, right about that.
We did not.
Okay.
And I don't think, is Beecher, the schools?
Elementary.
Yeah, it's our.
No, I know, my daughter went there. My daughter had great experience there. I used to live on Bunker Hill, by the way, on the 14th green of Oakland. And I'd get golf balls for free.
There you go.
Few of mine, I'm sure.
But the schools, I don't think the Amity High School's not. Mika, I don't think, well, listen, we're open to it, but in terms of the municipality approach we were going to do phase 1, I don't think the schools we
So you
had.
don't have Beecher Road in your analysis?
Help me, Abadi and Billy. No, right?
Okay.
Yeah, give me some support here. No, we decided not, now, I've heard there's some solar challenges at Beecher. I don't know if there is or there isn't.
There was some roof concerns as relates to the roof's ability to accept that. There's some opportunity there because we put in a new roof in a segment of the school. Additionally, we're engaged with Titan and Green Skies and looking at canopy type solutions and things of that nature.
Yep.
So
And
there's
by the
some
way-
opportunity there, and we're
Yeah.
looking at it, but we've only now just gotten to a point where we feel we're able to move forward with some things.
Okay. And again, if we could be helpful, we normally don't charge for anything. We're an easy decision. If we could fix something, make it right. By the way, just because I came here and I lived here, we would do it anyway. I got hundreds of people local. Again, we don't sell things. It's just not what we do. But if we could be helpful in any way, we would do that. So again, we didn't attack the schools in this first phase.
It's a lot of our square footage.
I know. I totally
And energy use,
understand.
yeah.
We're open, like I said, we're totally open. Other questions, comments?
I have one.
Actually, I'm
So,
I'm
how
sorry.
do you make revenue and profit? You seem to have a lot of investors, but investors only usually invest into things that are very profitable. So I'd like to know, you say you show everywhere you spend money, but will we see where you're actually making the money? And then also
Folks, Al?
on this.
Yes, I'm sorry. Just
I'll
from
repeat the question.
That's fine.
Yeah, can we
And-
get the identification too?
Yes, we will have an opportunity for public comment at around 6 o'clock or maybe a little after, depending on how long this takes. So we won't be entertaining questions from the crowd right now, but if you have questions, please keep them in mind and submit them, so the questions are for the forum here. But thank you, and I welcome you to, if
You want me
can
to
respond
tackle that?
Please.
Yeah, let me run the math by you, because I built the model, and of course, we've raised a lot of capital, so someone must believe in what we're doing. And Partners Group is one of the largest private equity firms in the world. They're great folks, by the way. Do the quick math. 30% over 15 years, and we'll sometimes use the term to help. So we'll sometimes do a 10-year deal. This time we went a little longer because of solar, okay? We give you 15, there's 15 left. Of that 15, we keep that 15. You can run the math on it for the 15 years. When you add that up, that has to cover the cost of the capital, cost of money, and some margin and profit for us. The piece of the model I did not share with you is at 30%, we actually do a share point with you. So we're 50-50 about it, right? So we share a 50-50 split with you above a certain level. We did that so that we're telecasting to you what we could make. And to give you an example on this deal, we're not making, this is, and again, I don't even mind showing you the numbers. This is not a huge profit deal because of the amount of things that we're doing. So there's probably about 3% of that 30 on a good day that we would make as margin, just so you know, in that range. Could be 4 on a good day. It would be mid-low single digits. But then if we get to 35, we keep half of that 5 and you get the other half, okay? That's how the model works. Now, on the solar side, because in this case, we're proposing putting in 6.7 megawatts of solar, there's also a piece of margin on that solar that we can make, okay? So I don't know if I've answered that question, but I did want to tackle it with you. We're pretty open. It's a reasonable program to build a company if we achieve what we say that we could achieve. And we're pretty good at it. We built a company and a lot of technology to manage that. Other questions, comments?
You mentioned you haven't penetrated the municipal market. Can you just talk about who your current customers are and who you're working with?
We have, and I didn't expect this, but our first customer that we sold in 2017 was Subway out of Milford. We've gotten very penetrated into the restaurant industry. So you name them, we've got about 120 brands. We've done a bunch of universities. We've done a bunch of healthcare. We've done a bunch of office buildings. So if you know the C.A. White building in Hamden, when you're driving up Merritt Parkway, those two big buildings on the left, one of those is ours. We have a couple in Wallingford, Glastonbury, and buildings that are typically less than 200,000 square feet, maybe 250, is kind of our sweet spot. I don't really like doing million square foot buildings. They tend to be the ESCOs. They could put 40 engineers to figure them out, very complicated. We like rinse and repeat. That way we can buy 1,000 HVAC units of varying tonnage, et cetera. So healthcare, we've just added fitness centers, which are big for us. And we're in a cycle with a couple of municipalities right now. Other questions, comments? Should we get into the
Please.
specific proposal itself? Okay.
I have one question.
Yeah.
At the end of 30 years contract, or
15.
15-year
Yeah,
contract,
30 is long in the tooth.
right, what happens then, at the end of 15? All this equipment is sitting there, what,
We own the equipment because we bought it
Yeah.
up until then. We turn it over to you. You're not obligated to do more, or you can renew. I will tell you that you're dealing with a life of equipment that typically, other than the solar, is probably an end of life. We believe you're going to love it so much you're going to say, let's just do it again. And then we're going to buy a whole bunch of new stuff for you that has another 30% reduction because technology gets better. And then we do another cycle. But that's a separate proposal. You're not obligated to do it. On the solar, I think we gave you every choice possible. You can buy it out. You can lease it. You can keep buying the power. Whatever you do with the rest of the life of the solar. 15, there's more life in the solar. You know what, I have to say this openly, probably. If new solar gets that much more effective, then the choice might be a new solar. It really depends what happens to tech at that time, right? But no obligation beyond that time frame. But you're right, it is a committed deal. We do allow buyouts along the way, and the buyouts are really simple. You pay the remaining depreciable balance, plus we usually put a 30-35% premium on that remaining balance. So if people want to do something earlier, we have a way that you could do that.
and you had 400 residences involved with this as well, is that right?
Yeah, I'm going to get into the deal.
Okay.
Maybe I should
Thank
basically transition to that. We'll talk about the metrics and all that.
I do just want to piggyback off that because I might have missed something or I'm not. So the option is to extend the proposal
If you'd like.
agreement to buy it off of, pay the difference.
There won't be much to buy out. You will have depreciated all of it. You would just get it. Get what's all the equipment.
But then it'd be on us to replace it because it'd be near.
The reality, that's why we picked the time frames.
Right.
Now, many of you may have 20-year-old units now.
Yeah, I would be curious
Right.
before making a commitment to assess the lifespan of what we currently have relative to this. But then, just out of curiosity, do you ever physically remove it? And so it would be on us to like dispose of the infrastructure?
I mean, HVAC units at 15 years, I don't know, you could have a raise of hands who has HVAC units more than 15 years, probably get half the room here today. You get to keep the unit and it probably will continue to work. It's just not going to work at as high an efficiency as what you could
Right.
buy to replace it. That's technology. That's going to probably happen in the HVAC world, it probably happens every 10 or 12 years. And the lighting world, it's right now, we're looking at a 4 to 6 year turn of tech.
Yeah.
But we buy 10-year lights to really try to go that distance. Ebade, did we had 15 light here? We did 15. You did a replace? Within the 15. So on the lighting, we actually have a double replace in the proposal.
Okay.
Because lighting 15 is really long in the tooth to have a light go that long.
Yeah.
So we have a second investment, I think, already as part of the deal. And to the people asking how we make money, we have to build that all in to the economics, which is what we did.
And are you transparent about what you do with the things you're taking out and
Oh,
replacing?
absolutely. We
So-
are ruthless about recycling. We are we are a green company. And I'm going to make some statements on that, if you don't mind.
Please.
I aligned capitalism perfectly with saving the world. You could choose either one. It's up to you. If you are on any side of that debate, fine. If you're on the capital side, you want to have green be more pocket green, you get the pocket green. If you want the air green, you get the air green. You get it no matter what. I did that on purpose. Okay? I aligned capitalism because you can do that. You could be the most efficient with the outcomes by spending the money smartly and managing it. And we decided as a company, you get both. You just get it. Okay? And you're going to maximize the green outcome on what we do. And that includes recycling and everything that we do with products after the fact. We kind of have to with Partners Group being, they're a majority owner in the company. I still own a significant amount of it. They're based in Switzerland. They very much care about all this, and we report on it. Okay, so I think you read that slide. We are proposing, let me go to the next slide and we'll come back to it. So, a couple things. We started out with more of a big bang thought process. If we were going to do a high percentage of homes and the municipality, we stepped back and we said, what would a first phase look like? So we defined the first phase. By the way, this could change. We did our best, on a whiteboard to say, how would we start? At a very high level, we're talking about upgrading all the municipality buildings minus the schools. And then we are bundling in homes. And we said, and by the way, it was arbitrary, we picked 400 homes. Why? There's about 3,600 or so. We said, all right, it's, a little more than 10%. And if we did an opt-in, and by the way, those homes get brand new stuff that we'd easily be able to get 400 people to say, hey, this is really cool, I want to do this. But that's where we would limit it, and then we created capacity on the solar to basically move from a 44%, we're estimating right now you're at a 44% green source of power. If you take all the homes that have done solar here, the schools, we would jack that up to about 90. We then gave an alternative to the right that we could actually go right to 100. Okay, that's an option here in our first phase. So in terms of green sourced power, we would move from 44% to 90. All the municipality buildings and the 400 homes. Okay. I will tell you, we're also dealing a little bit with the reality of solar needs land. You can do some roofs, but for the amount of solar we're putting in, we need some land. So we focused as much on the transfer station as we could. And we don't have to, so I'm just bringing this up to you, but we chose about 11 acres on the golf course. Now, let's get right to the golf course. I was a member when that golf course shut down for only 2 years. I was loving it, loved that golf course. And I went through the whole thing, like you all have. The thing with the golf course on solar, you face this as a town, is it happens to be close to an interconnection facility. That's just luck of the draw. And because of that, that entire property becomes a solar advantage for the town. We're ambivalent to that. If there were other pieces of land that you can put solar, we'd be fine, right? And the transfer station could only handle so much. So no matter what you face at the end of the day, and that becomes your call, I'm not promoting anything here, that country club is close to an interconnection facility. And in solar, you probably heard the wait times of interconnection become a challenge in trying to get to a renewable source of power. We try to minimize that as much as we could in the Phase 1 proposal. And we ended up with about 11 acres of the 150, okay? So I just want to hit it up front for everybody. Listen, I was in the town and lived with all of it and went through the whole process of that place, going through all the things that it went through. You know, I lived next door to Ed Sheehy, actually, when Ed was alive, and went through all that. The larger solar expansion, if we did it, and you did it on Woodbridge Country Club, it would go to about 26 acres for the full 10.4 megawatts. Again, does it have to? It's that interconnection challenge, okay? We haven't turned the screw that tight yet on this and those choices, and I'm just being very upfront about that because I know that that's, you know, I lived here when that was always an issue. But obviously the landfill land is ripe to be able to capitalize on this, doing solar. The proposal results in a total of about $1 million a year, okay? That would be across the board for the most part. That would include the town benefit, the individual benefits as well. I'm going to cover where that comes from with all of you. Again, in only 400 homes as a first phase. That, I believe, Abade, includes the lease, the land lease, correct? That includes, we're proposing $180K to pay to the town for the land lease, for the solar, okay? Any quick questions on that? I'll keep moving.
You specified the 11 acres or just the number?
Our solar guy didn't come today. I think it was in and around the clubhouse area because of the interconnection, but I am willing to do whatever we can to deal with all that flexibly. We'll work with Kevin on that as best we can, but I'm pretty sure Abade, he was in the front near the clubhouse, if I'm not incorrect. And again, I belonged to it for 2 years, so I know the property pretty well.
And just to be clear, if interconnection was not a concern in another area where there was, it would be more, more preferable to put the solar, it doesn't impact in terms of what you're doing, it's just you need that.
It does not. Listen, we're not trying to get anything done here today. And realize I get to spend the 45 million, right? And as a result of that, this is meant to introduce something to the town, right? And if there's form and fit, we can do some more work. I'm almost in agreement on almost anything anyone says here. We will do whatever is in our power to make something happen. You can probably tell I'm a pretty creative person in building businesses. Whatever we can make happen, we make happen. For today, keep in mind the solar is a good thing. Where you put it might have some flexibility, okay? I like Woodbridge because Woodbridge does have land masses. It's more of a rural town. That said, interconnections become tricky. They get a little far, it gets more expensive and difficult to do, and it elongates timeframes. Doesn't make it impossible, okay? I just want to say that. But that's the practical situation that we're in, okay? Any questions at all on this thus far? We'll get into some more details. Let's go to the, I think the next slide will probably cover this. I already said it's a 15-year deal. My goal in life in the company is to try to make things as short as you can, not longer. Solar tends to be a 20-year time frame. I think that just is a long time to go. So we fit all this into a 15-year term. And again, you have options of flexibility along the way. I told you about $1 million annual benefit, $1 million. It's 180 for the land, the lease. The 405, I think Abade is the residential pickup, correct? Yes. And the 400. So we made some assumptions. When you do solar, you get to levelize the cost of power. And if you take what the world says you'll have as increases, there's a savings associated with that. We calculated it. We're doubling the renewable energy mix, at least in that first phase, to 90%. There is an option to go right to 100. So there's some bragging rights for the town, if you want, to say that we're 100%. Again, I talked about the acres, 7 acres on the landfill, 11 on the country club, which is a big minority, but we generally configured it. And we're also proposing battery storage as well. We do a bunch with LG. We could with Tesla, but we have a lot going on with LG right now. How many batteries, Abadi, did we roughly propose? 150 batteries. Okay. Our investment's about 45 million. Don't mind showing you the breakout of that. And again, we made an assumption of a 6% annual energy increase. It feels like with the data center and AI craze going on right now, even Partners Group, a lot of people are estimating a pretty good demand pressure on rates for the next 10 years or so. Next slide. All right, so this is where it gets a little interesting. We wanted to also help the town increase, so we're spending money on this, increase its a number of different factors. So we're proposing to buy the town 8 electric police vehicles. I will say that we began with Teslas, and we have done a lot of research. There's been some issues with Tesla on police forces. There's also a Chevy option that seems to have been a better fit. Wide open to that. We have no axe to grind on what. But we did think it would be helpful for the town to begin to move to an EV infrastructure, even from a long-term cost perspective, for maintenance, et cetera. We're proposing 5 chargers for the police group. And Abadi, one was fast? You realize there's a level 2 and a level 3 charger. The level 3 is the one, if any of you have EVs, you go for 40 minutes and you get a full charge. Level 2 at home, you'll go 6 hours, 7 hours in the morning you're charged. That's level 2. We're proposing 1 fast for the police force because there's going to be times they need a quick charge, and 4 level 2s. Again, we pay for everything to bundle it in. And then we're proposing 1 public fast EV charger somewhere for the town. You know, people can come use it. Okay, did we figure out the location? So that's a question wide open for whatever anybody decides. We're making pretty significant investments municipal. By the way, we're also including 20 commercial properties, unselected. So 20 commercial is also included in this. We give a quick breakdown of the investment. Again, all at cost. We don't do margin, we don't sell anything of each of those different breakouts. We also have included, and we do charge for ongoing equipment maintenance. We do our best to charge about what we believe people generally spend today. Okay? We are a bit ruthless on maintaining things. All right? We don't like ignoring human-made equipment because that's when it goes bad, that's when it breaks, and that's when it uses more energy, and that's not a good thing. So we're pretty ruthless about making sure that things keep and stay maintained. Keep in mind, we're the last ones to get paid here, and that's the only way we're ever going to do okay. So we do our best to make it really a good program for a long period of time. Make sense? Just a little bit more on the details if you guys want to read through this, the folks at least that are here. I think we've configured 10 town municipal buildings, investing about $280,000 per building for $2.8 million total. 400 residences. We're planning about a $71,000 investment per home. Mostly heat pump, potential lighting upgrades where needed, and we give a list here. LEDs, software connected T-stats, insulation, etc. And then 10 commercial buildings, about $167,000 per building. Okay.
You mentioned commercial buildings. I thought you said 20 and this says 10. I just wanted to clarify
Ibadi, was I
that.
wrong with 20? It's 10.
It's 10.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you speak to the selection process of the residences and commercial buildings?
We don't have a selection process. I'm wide open. Well, all we said for today was opt-in. So we're hoping that if we go out and say, here we are, who wants the 71,000, that we'll get 400 hand raisers. We don't know that. I'm going to guess that we're going to end up with more than 400, but...
Do they have to be close in
No.
proximity?
Well, Woodbridge is by definition close from our vantage point because we're in 50 states. So this is actually makes it more efficient for us, right? Because we could rack and stack installations. We actually we bought a bunch of Ford Lightnings. I know it sounds funny because they're kind of cool relative to vans. and our
But are you-
contractors like them.
Are you referring more to the homes from particular, like from where the from
Correct, like the
solar is?
proximity,
No,
okay,
no issue there.
okay.
No,
And to that
there's
end,
a,
Al, how is it that, so you're leasing UI lines, just to make that clear?
yeah,
so-
we're able to bring the solar benefit to the people. Don't forget, we take over the billing. So we're the common billing model for all that, even though you get to see all the original bills. We become the technical customer of record on all the accounts. So we're able to transfer the value of the solar into the homes.
But I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
no, please.
I was going to ask, as I see here under the commercial buildings, there's an option for battery storage. In the future, would there be an option for battery storage for the residences as
The body?
well? Kind of like the Tesla model?
Yes. Yep. More battery storage is a good thing. It's a good thing. I will caution you, because in one of these, this is where we are. I literally building a house in Vermont. You know, we're dealing with hours of backup, not weeks. Abadi, what was the time frame of backup roughly? Or did we get to days on some of the homes? Of battery backup? Ba- We're about 12 to 24 hours of backup with battery storage, which will remove the downtime of most outages. But if we end up, you know, I in Orange, I've had the 2-day, 3-day outage. Kind of hard to get a battery to act that long today. You got to go to a fuel-based generator, which we're not big proponents. Doesn't mean you can't do it. Just something that I don't want Butterfly out there, you know, promoting and doing, as you can probably guess.
But it is helpful.
It is. Now, we also are going to gain some benefit on batteries on peak shaving. So this is a pretty sophisticated architecture that's going to, and we acquired a company that does full virtual power plant stuff. So we've got all the software. It's really what I've done my whole life, to be able to manage that peak shaving. This will be magazine material. Just whether you like that or not, I don't know, but this will be magazine material. I'm sure in the state of Connecticut, I know Governor will, I mean, they'll probably come down for ribbon cuttings if you guys want them to. This will be pretty advanced and it'll be cool. It'll be fun.
So you'd work with both UI and Eversource?
We would, and we do today. We work with 700 utilities today, with 7,000 customers.
Now, are you willing to engage me, perhaps a little bit more broadly, perhaps a little bit more philosophically, on batteries, solar, require a lot of materials that are mined,
Yep.
that are shipped, that have a huge carbon footprint
Agreed.
associated with their production and their disposal. How is this really green?
What was the final?
How is that really green? You know, like,
It's a great question. I do my best to answer. I have learned, capitalism does this to us, that I did not make the jungle. And I say that lightly. I only have control over aspects of it that I can bring to a business model like I'm doing here. And we're probably have become the largest reduction of carbon company out there, but you're correct. Some of the technologies we have to use, you and I can run the math and may debate, but the reality is you're going to get a buffer loss on that. And the world does not promote that. That bothers me too. We certainly can here if you'd like. We still believe ultimately there's a general pickup, but you're clearly going to get a loss on all that. No doubt about it. I'm not here to debate it. It's not my role to debate it. You know, if I could invent something that didn't do that, I wouldn't be doing Butterfly. I'd be doing something else. So there's only certain things within my control and power, and I do my best within that jungle to be a contributory source. And more than anyone in the country right now, we are placing more capital for better outcomes. I will tell you one thing. The best kilowatt is the one you don't use. That I know.
well said.
That I know. And a good portion of this benefit is coming from just more efficient technology that humankinds have invested and made, all right? The solar piece, whole nother ballgame, I get it. Battery piece, I totally get.
And if you're putting it on land that can otherwise
I know.
function to sequester carbon in less intensive ways, to store carbon in less intensive ways.
I don't disagree.
To mitigate flooding, et cetera.
Yeah.
So that's where I really question the value, just personally, also as an Amity graduate.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
we're together on it. I don't, you're dealing, well, first of all, we have 7,000 customers. I can't tell you how many meetings I've been in about that same topic. And we also have many masters that we serve in what I do. We have people that feel that way. We have some people that don't care. I really do. So to build a successful business where you can have an impact on the environment, I had to get capitalism perfectly aligned with outcomes to make a difference. You follow? So our 400 people love what we do because of that. So anyway, I don't know if I
Well,
answered the
in
question.
terms of that discussion, another element of that discussion is, so if you do nothing, what is that impact? If you're doing those analysis and you're as you say, you're crunching the numbers.
Well, you're gonna blow 30% more carbon roughly in the air for 15 years than you otherwise would. Now, let me be even clearer. Right now, you're technically saving 44% carbon on the renewable footprint you have, and you're spending 30% more that you don't have to, right? We would reduce 30% and move the 44 to 100, call it 100 for now, okay? So you'd go to 100% carbon reduction for that footprint. Now, and you are right, there is a clawback on the recycling of batteries and those solar panels that the world doesn't categorize. I was in a meeting with Mercedes, I was on a panel, and 3 questions like that came up, and I agree with them. I can't disagree. The world hasn't done a good job putting numbers that we could try. I wouldn't mind trying. I'd like to see. I think we're going to end up with a net positive, but you won't end up with a full net positive. Because it's an unfair ledger to only say one side is true, but let's forget about the fact, where do we throw these things out? But it wouldn't be a bad exercise. I don't mind
And what
doing
would that land be producing otherwise?
it. Well, you
If
can do
not
that.
occupied by
You could do that
batteries,
too. Yeah.
You know?
I
'cause
think the
that's a-
landfill's easier to make the case.
I agree.
Like I said, we could try to run it. We tried, I think, with the landfill only. It was harder to make it work. But yeah, you tell us. We're here to partner, and again, we don't sell anything. We're lucky to get break even in 5, 6, 7 years. Just so you all know, this isn't a quick return.
Now, just in the interest of time, because I know we're going to be moving to public comment soon, so I just wanted to see how additionally what we could.
Well, you'll be very happy that I think I'm almost pretty much done. I mean, the summary of benefits, we talked about some of, I call them the extras. I thought it'd be optically really wonderful to do some EV investments here. Just me, I think towns should generally, again, you're not doing everything. You're not 100% moving in that direction.
I was going to ask, as far as, the proposal outlines 7 EV police vehicles. I'm not sure whether that's because the police vehicles are the most used, and also if is that over a period of time? We don't obviously buy 7 vehicles unless there's some sort of catastrophe at a single point in time. So it's usually based on how they're used. I'm assuming there's some latitude in terms of what you can do as far as EVs are concerned. We can, like you said, with much of the other things.
Yeah, just for clarity, it's 8.
I'm sorry.
Giving you one
Excuse
more.
me.
And were we planning on buying those in the beginning, right? Yeah, we are willing to buy them up front. You don't have to. I mean,
Oh, I'm just thinking if we
can spread it out a
if we
little
needed
bit.
2 police vehicles and 2 public works trucks.
Oh, I see.
So,
yeah.
as opposed to,
Correct. What you're saying is, does it have to be police vehicles? I happen to love school buses that are electric because our kids go in them, et cetera. School buses get really expensive. It's hard to pull that off right now. It will be one day where we can, and that one is obvious with diesel fuel coming out the back. But you are correct. We could shift some of that investment to municipality vehicles, clearly. We're wide open for that. We just pick police vehicles because we thought it was a simple thing, at least for today, to cover. But we can move that investment to other things. You know, honestly, you could move the investment also to dollars. You don't have to do this. We just thought it'd be a good opportunity, obviously, to begin to move the town towards a more green sourced power source. And by the way, they go really fast.
Police like it for
I
that reason,
have
I've
one out
heard.
there.
Additional questions, folks? Al, thank you very much. I really appreciate you taking the time. And I know that a lot has gone into this based on the amount of, the amount of discussion we've had on it. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And, obviously we'll be following up in terms of next steps and things of that nature.
You bet. Thanks
So-
to all of you. I'm glad you listened. Hopefully it was at least entertaining at a minimum. And we look forward to the opportunity, but again, don't have to do, this is a partnership. That's all it would be. So thanks for
Thank you.
this. A pleasure for me to be in the town I went to school in and be able to talk to all of you, so that was fun.
Thank you.
We'll probably
Thank
stick
you.
around for a little while, just
Sounds great.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, based on the time, what we'll do now is we'll go into public comment. If there is anyone from the public who would like to make public comment, I ask that you come up and state your name and address. Also, in the interest of time, we ask that you attempt to limit your comments to 3 minutes, and we'll try to give you an indication as to when that time is approaching. If we do have multiple comments and you're basically making the same remark, just say what you feel is a little bit differently or something along those lines. But please, everyone is welcome to, at this point in time, come up and make public comment. Is there anyone that would like to? Would anyone like to make public comment?
Sorry, do you have a list? No, I do not have a sign-up list, so you are more than welcome to kick us off this evening.
Somebody has to.
Someone has to, guys.
Sure. I feel like I just saw everybody 5 seconds ago. And I'm questioning whether or not we're allowing our consultants to eat dinner and go to sleep, or they're staying at town hall. Good afternoon, evening. My name is Diana McCarthy-Mercury. I have comments on the presentation. Would you prefer that those just get emailed over and we can deal with questions? Because it is way beyond 3 minutes.
Yes,
Super
and
interesting.
that'd be
Okay,
the
that
case,
well, all right.
yes.
So we're just gonna
Yes.
pencil that one in. And then also, my comment is to state my concern. Recently, at the TP&Z meeting, there were several zoning regulations requested by a developer to be amended in their favor. And typically, in a public hearing, the best effort possible to solicit public input is done. And I don't think we did that this time. Being a well-informed resident myself, I was completely unaware. We had a print circulation that went out to all residents over the holiday break that announced nothing about that public hearing. It announced other things about TPZ and other things in the town, and it had plenty of ads promoting businesses and business people, but nothing on that topic. And there were significant changes, and from a perspective of the Conservation Commission, changing the amount of impervious surface without letting conservation weigh in on those topics, and having our liaison, who is in the building office and the zoning office, state to us that we would be kept updated on any progress with that location, and us not getting any information, despite our best efforts to try to coordinate and communicate and participate with TP&Z, just seems underhanded. It undermines our democracy. It undermines everything that we want here in this town, the collaboration, the transparency. and it reflects poorly. And my request as a resident, as a commission member, as a committee member, as another green business owner, it is my request that we take a step back and recognize that there was not adequate notice to the residents, to the public, dismiss that meeting, and do it again the right way, where everyone can be involved. Thank you. And also, I just want to compliment the group on doing a wonderful job meeting this afternoon on the Technical Assistance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, were you here for my initial opening meeting comments? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And regardless of how somebody positions that it was done the right way, putting a posting in the New Haven Register that no longer circulates to everybody's house, even though we have the option to buy it, is inadequate, especially when we have a print.
I was referring more to the fact that I recognize that that was a problem, and I intend to do something to mitigate
move
that.
forward, it wouldn't happen again, but let's also make
Exactly.
sure we go back and change
So
those
we'll see.
mistakes.
We'll take a look at what can be done along those lines. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Sorry for the passion.
You had 4 seconds left. Good job.
Is there anyone else that would like?
Notes on the other one.
Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment? Please step up.
Hello, good evening. Tom Kennefic, 4 Burn Swamp Road. Just a question regarding the solar. I think you said you started in 2017? So at this point, you haven't had any of your projects reach their maturity, right?
No.
So just kind of follow up with Andrea's comments earlier. I guess my concerns on putting solar on public property, such as a country club, which is a hot button issue, as I'm sure former resident knows, and something that we're trying to deal with right now, is where are we at the end of the life of those panels? And I don't feel as though, and maybe I'm wrong, but the research I've done is there's really no way, way to kind of recycle that type of technology that's out there. So at the end of 15 years, if we decide that it's not something that's working for us, it sounds like you turn that over to us, and then it becomes our issue as far as whether we dispose of it or not, how we dispose of it, the environmental impact as far as migratory birds. Over 11 acres is a pretty significant area, as well as other animals that could hide underneath it, and the effects that it would have on that, and how we would deal with that at the end. Now, if we decide that we wanted to renew, would that be something you would come in and take out all the old panels and replace it with new panels? Or you just kind of update the panels?
Yes, or no? No, Tom, actually, because this is, yeah.
Why shouldn't you
Please
say
let
you
us know.
kind of-
Actually, yeah, procedurally, send us the questions, we'll get the answers, and we'll get them out.
Okay, so I guess that would be my biggest
So
question.
if we can just track the questions, and then we can make sure we
Yep,
provide
I
answers to
will-
them.
I will keep track of any questions specifically for.
I have a quick answer if
But-
you want.
But I think your answer was yes, but
No, you don't have to,
that's,
we'll take them back and dispose of them.
Okay, that's
Or
fine.
reuse them.
However you want to do it, Mika, it's fine with me.
Thank you.
I want to put that out there.
It'll save us that
You
time.
know, you're not
Appreciate
forced to.
but we're gonna
Yeah.
try to stay procedurally consistent with what we do, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
So my biggest concern is how do we dispose of it if we decide at some point? And there's everything else that's done with the purchasing of police vehicles and the heat pumps and all of the HVAC systems. Is that all dependent upon the solar panels being placed in town?
Solar, economic.
Al, we're gonna take the questions, thank you.
So I guess
So-
that's another question. I don't know, maybe I missed it as far as how it all works, but it sounds like you're looking for either the transfer station or the old landfill or the country club. And then is that dependent upon? So do we have to have the solar and the other stuff, or is it all a package deal, I guess is my question. But my biggest concern is how do we recycle that? How, at the end of life, do we deal with that? And I don't think that I've been able to find anything online or in publications that really answers that question. So,
Thank you, Tom. And again, for public comment, just let us know your comments. You have other means, you can send us emails, you can, from a commission standpoint, if you're associated with the commission or you're attending the commission, let them know those questions, but we'll take care of the questions. Thank you. Salato, how are you?
Good evening, Donald Salato, 3 Knollwood Road. I have more than a passing knowledge and appreciation of being on a town board and spending time presumably in the best interests of the town. I come here tonight deeply concerned about the actions and frankly failures to act by the Town Plan and Zoning Commission. I understand as a former chair of that body of 8 years that it has some sovereign rights and responsibilities, yet bodies like particularly this one are in charge of staffing and making appointments to that board. And frankly, the actions of this board over the past few years have been reckless, arbitrary, and frankly, thoughtless in terms of the overall ramifications of their edicts and provisions that they've enacted. Firstly, the response to the lawsuit that was brought against the town, which is still pending, and about which most of us are completely in the dark. As a lawyer, I understand the necessity of confidentiality and so on and so forth in pending litigation, but frankly, I think we should be apprised as to what the status is now. I know the case has been removed to Hartford in complex litigation. That's just a name and a judicial department slogan. But at any rate, when we were sued, it seemed to me that the reaction of Town Plan and Zoning was a panicked and hasty one to seemingly, in a vain attempt to placate the plaintiffs, whose lawsuit has some serious flaws, but moreover, it was thoughtless and reckless in terms of the predictable and foreseeable and calamitous and catastrophic repercussions that would ensue. And the latest calamitous and catastrophic repercussion concerns the looming towers on Fountain Street. The gateway to our town will now be pictured with towers aglow at night, something that should never have been allowed to occur. I don't know what the notice failings were, but this is a group that yields first and foremost, initially and always, to pressure. And the latest cave-in is the grossest example of their pusillanimous, craven, and supine response to developers and threats from developers. Finally, in terms of this solar bonanza, I think things should go first on town buildings, and frankly, I think things that sound too good to be true tend to be just that.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else for additional public comment?
In terms of my public comment, can I ask for a clarification about the presentation?
If you can ask him while you're in the public there, while somebody else is giving it to him, yes. You can have a conversation out there or out in the hallway, yes. But in terms of, please ask, so we know what the question is.
I just don't know if Hillary Drum, 11 Mulberry Road. My question is, there was a slide that suggested where it said the top line was like the town building, how much energy would be saved, and the second one, so that was 48%, and then the second one was like the homes, and then the bottom one was commercial buildings. It might have been reversed, but, so the top line, you suggested that it would be a 48% reduction in energy usage. Is that from the grid? Or, because I'm wondering how, or do you, so, that's from the grid, not from energy usage at all?
So,
Yeah, but those are
Hillary?
two different things. I mean, either we're using 48% less energy and we're from the grid and therefore we're getting that energy from the solar, or we're using the same, you know, like we're actually decreasing our energy usage by 48% by having more energy efficient products. So we're getting the energy one place or the other. Is it an actual reduction in energy usage?
so
Just
Hillary-
heat pumps and LED lights?
we'll take your
I
question.
will add that to the list of
And
questions
being
that
that,
will-
being that we have the good
Very
fortune
good.
of,
Thank you.
of having these folks here, if you want to have additional discussion, you know, we'll just continue on with the meeting. That's the only,
Absolutely. Yes,
thank you.
please do.
Thank you.
And then just, yeah, it's not, just
So, can I ask a quick question, just to clarify, and I apologize because I missed the first few minutes of the meeting, but is the Sustainability Committee going to be asked by the Board of Selectmen to take a look at
Oh, absolutely.
options? Okay.
Yes,
So
they have
will,
been.
Hillary,
They
it
have
will
been.
be going to Sustainability?
So there are more details. Yes, they have been.
You can ask all your questions there.
Yes, Dennis Santulli, 27 Ranch Road.
Dennis, I'm sorry, can you spell your last name?
Santulli.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I have solar panels on my home, and it's wonderful. Before I purchased them, when we said Woodbridge goes solar, I asked them, is there any hazardous materials? And my big concern was, you know, getting rid of it. You know, I don't want to, and then I didn't even realize how much energy it takes to make these panels, and it's a limited lifespan. So after a certain number of years, what are we going to do with this project? It doesn't make sense, and that property up there is just so beautiful. It would be a shame. I would love to see Farmer Steve make magic out of that piece of property up there. And I know you're taking all the risk, but how much of that risk is actually subsidized by my taxpayer dollars? I don't know if there's any. Are you in fact taking all this risk, or are you actually, a lot of the portion of this is actually paid with my dollars? That's what I'd like to know. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make public comment? Would anyone else like?
Yeah, it's right here. You can go next right after, okay?
I did see
I did.
the Sharon
Name and
Pat,
address.
94 Center Road. What I've been struck by is that the solar farm that is on Park Road,
Park Lane.
Park Lane, I was told, oh, it's just gonna be a nice solar array, and if you ever go walking there, the amount of fill, the amount of distortion they've made to the landscape, the amount of change, so even if the solar panels are recyclable, it's not like that habitat will return. There is rock and gravel and bad fill and all sorts of things that are likely to be put on it, and I think that's a serious consideration, because if either of these properties, we do want to return them to a habitat, it would be a costly or impossible exercise, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Name and address?
I do need your name, yes, and your address.
Matt Wenta, Wenta, 35 Ranch Road, Woodbridge.
Thank you.
So I brought up the discussion earlier about profit, who's going to be making, how they're going to make money. The reason why I brought it up is, I don't know if this is still ongoing or not, but the SEC found them liable for lying to not into investors per se, right? Oh, he say, she say. But the company has been found to lie about its revenue source, and I think that would actually end up hurting the town in the long run. where it would leave the company clear of any wrongdoing or anything else like that, and it would put Woodbridge in a position where they would have to cough up funds to end up actually removing or getting someone to end up fixing this solar issue. So that's something I would like to take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else for public comment? Yes? There was none received electronically. I'll get that out of the way now.
Thank
There's
you.
no correspondence.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Tanya Clara from 35 Ranch Road,
CLA.
RA.
Okay.
And I just want to start out by saying we just moved here 6 weeks ago, 7 weeks ago, just about.
Welcome.
We heard a lot of great things about this town. We had a friend that moved up here over the summer, and obviously we know the great schools, and we were able to make that move. And we definitely entered a beautiful road with a lot of good neighbors. With that said, we all kind of share a lot of visions and about what's happening in the town. And I just have to say that I was a little appalled in regards to what's happening and being built on Fountain Street. This is not something that I was expecting to find on my first 7 weeks coming into the town. I understand that the town, you know, every town needs to do something, but it seems pretty big and outrageous for the current moment. I think that gradual growth is better than hitting the town all at once with that. And I also will use the word again, appalled, that I had no, I did not know this was actually happening. I've been on the town website. I've read a lot of things about the town before moving here, and you know, it's just really sad to me that we didn't get communication, or at least very clear communication, because a lot of these things make decisions on moving to towns, and I don't think that that was fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Would anyone else like to make public comment? Seeing none, we will move up to our next item, agenda item, which would be the update of the Woodbridge Country Club of Woodbridge property master plan from Cooper Robertson. Good evening.
Everyone again. We have a couple of visuals that we're going to pull up.
Yeah. Of course. I was struck by
Didn't hear you.
We'll give him a minute. Mike, you'll provide us with this presentation so that we can add it to the packet, Allison,
Yeah.
so we have it
Yeah,
in the folder as appropriate.
I will add it, and on the Selectmen SharePoint, you guys have a folder just for the Country Club of Woodbridge that I keep updated, and then also on the website as well, under the master plan updates, and once you set up the all of
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so we We wanted to cap off this day in Woodbridge with another update to the board. We had another nice dinner at Katz Deli. It's become a tradition for us now.
Very good.
Not a bad place.
No, not bad at all.
It was very good.
So this is just one of our regular progress updates. This is kind of how this will go. Just a kind of snapshot in time of where we are in the development of the plan, reporting back on conversations we've had, and soliciting feedback from the board. As much as we can gather during this meeting, the better, but we understand some things may take a couple days to get back to us on, and we can be accommodating there. So let's just go through. We have four, next slide. Yeah, there's four things that we'd like to focus on tonight for feedback. Of course, if you have questions that have come up since we last spoke, we're here at your service and happy to address anything. But these are the things we'd like to go over. We met with the TAC earlier today. We'll report back on topics and themes from that discussion with many folks behind us here. But we also want to start speaking with stakeholders out in the community, individuals or groups. We'd like to review that list with you, understand who might be missing, if anyone from the list. We'd like to review with you how we're going to approach a baseline analysis for the property around a few different thematic areas, environmental, transportation, and parking, etc. Because what we want to do is have a solid understanding of baseline to compare with future state. So we've talked a lot about trying to measure this plan in terms of holistic value, environmental, social, and economic. And so putting some numbers in and having an understanding what those metrics are is the first step in that process. And then we'll end with a kind of fun item here, which is we will share with you some ideas for what this project could be named. Something that reflects the kind of vision and the energy that you want to capture in the plan, and show you how that could relate to a graphic identity. Master plan for the former Woodbridge Country Club is kind of a mouthful, and it doesn't quite capture, I think, the spirit of what we're trying to do here fully. So go to the next slide, please. So this is a list that we've started with the information that we've gathered so far, and we've organized the stakeholder groups around community groups and organizations, economic and business, and faith. In addition to this, we also have the neighbors, of course, and we intend to go and have direct one-on-one conversations with all the budding properties. So that's in addition to this as well. But I'll just give you a moment here to look over this list and let us know, if there's anyone that's missing. Some of these meetings could happen in clusters as well. We may, for example, gather all the ministerial or faith groups together for efficiency's sake. But I think there's just an opportunity for you to help us understand if there's anyone that's been left out.
And I would just add that this won't be the last time you'll get to do this. So if
Right.
other ideas come to you after this today, this packet will be distributed. This will be a living list of folks who will be reaching out to.
Right, good point.
One modification that I would just suggest is where, from a Starro farm, we have a number of different farms here. So, I mean, maybe it's from the, farm community, if you will. It's because there's a few of them that I think would have input and.
Yes.
Is there a kind of informal or formal group in which they kind of get together and?
We have the agriculture.
The Ag Commission represents
The
most,
committee
knows
had-
them, but also, there's a collection that are particular interests or something along those lines.
We could provide you with a list of all the leasees who lease land from town-owned property.
Right.
I can do that, I issue them at the end of every year, I'm in the process of doing so.
But if you're trying to capture private farms, there are several as well,
Okay,
ranging in size and production.
okay.
I think there's a total of 4 leases, multiple properties, but it's all town property that people are leasing as farmland.
So from your faith communities, the LDS Church on Racebrook Road? There may be others.
Yeah, no, again, you'll have a copy of this, take a look at it. And in the next couple of days, if you could funnel any communication back through our core team to us on who might be missing. And this list will grow as the project evolves, and we look at different aspects, and you say, oh, you should talk to so-and-so. It's a working document. Okay. Well, let's go on to the next slide. So there's a series here on reporting back from this afternoon's meeting with the TAC. We'll just go through and we'll pause after each one of these sections for discussion. We began the meeting after introductions by talking about lessons learned from past proposals for the site. And the feedback generally fell into these areas as we understood it. There was a lack of a multifaceted approach, to use their phrase, to the way the site development was organized. And as a result, you can imagine it didn't bring the community together. I think that was also because the plans were done somewhat in isolation from the community. I imagine somewhere, or actually I don't really know of the 15 or so how they all came to be. If any were prompted or initiated by the town directly, but I imagine some were not solicited. But you were, in any case, reacting to something that wasn't created in collaboration with the community in the way that we're going to do, in a really broad and inclusive way.
Can I ask you a question about, you had mentioned during the TAC meeting 15 proposals. Is there a way for us to to share with the public which ones you're talking about when you say 15? So
I've heard that.
Seems like a large number, I don't know.
Curious about that too.
We've received about 15 proposals from a good portion were unsolicited, and from, small proposals to large proposals, and everywhere in between.
So Tony, does that include the Woodbridge Park Association, Woodbridge Land
Yes.
Trust joint
Yep.
proposal?
Yep, that includes that proposal.
Yeah.
It includes,
The solar, so there were a number of proposals. So I just think that people in the audience are probably going to also wonder, oh, this one, this one, this one. Is there a place, you had a SharePoint site, I don't know if that's not publicly accessible.
No, that's not. I think if the town desires, I imagine the town website would be a place where that could be accessed. I don't know if they're all things that could be shared publicly or not.
We can look into it.
Yeah. And I think the last point here came up, which is relevant to how we've structured our work, is that there was a lack of data in many cases to inform decision-making on the proposals, and that's something that we're trying to make sure that is really part of our working process. So that's looking back, but looking forward here. We'll just go in the order that was shared. Sustainability, and these are kind of high-level takeaways. So, as we understood it, they're really focused on raising community awareness and education around sustainability issues in the town. There seemed to us to be a lot of overlap and coordination with other committees and commissions and groups, as you would expect with a cross-cutting issue such as that. There were a few reports that were referenced, which we will track down if we don't have them already, on townwide energy usage. I understand there's a program around food and compost diversion. We'll want to make sure that we understand that, and then relate back to how it could present opportunities for the country club site. I mean, we're trying to understand contextually what's going on in the town, but at the end of the day, we're trying to relate it back to the opportunities that are here for the project. Please.
Just one note on context for those who weren't able to attend that today. This is, each board and commission was asked to tell us what they've been working on and what reports or resources would be helpful. So this isn't a exhaustive understanding of sustainability as a topic. This is just reporting what the board and commission has been working on, just as we're going through.
Yeah, great. Next slide, please. Human Services spoke a bit about what their current programming areas of focus are today. We understand there's a focus generally around youth and around senior programming. I'm sure there's overlap there, but providing for community needs for things like vaccine access or social worker services, which may need space. And so there's that general focus on promoting health, and that's a wide-ranging topic, from behavioral mental health to physical health. And so what we've asked to have provided to us is an inventory of the programs that have been conducted over the last year, and then within those to identify the ones that were of the highest demand and where there might be future programming opportunities, things they may not have space for today or have exceeded the space that they have. That's indoor and outdoor. We spend a bit of time focusing on housing and the role of the Housing Committee as it supports the implementation of the 2020 Woodbridge Affordable Housing Plan. We understand that group has worked on and supported the zoning updates for housing and identifying sites for denser housing. We've started to review that, taking a look at the map that's been developed that identifies the country club site. They noted that a priority for this plan should be to reach some of the underrepresented community groups and members of the community as part of this process, and made reference to an all-in community group, which we'll have to familiarize ourselves with and see if we can get in touch with if they're actually a formalized group. And of course, we'll be digging into the affordable housing plan and any follow-on studies or recommendations have been brought forward to the board or others following it.
So can I ask a question? I know in the meeting earlier today that Public Act 2129 was brought up.
Yeah.
There's a good deal of concern in the community about how wording around what that requirement is.
Yeah.
I just, as a member of the Board of Selectmen, I think I need some kind of legal briefing paper, and maybe that's our town attorney rather than you. I wouldn't task you guys with doing that because I know we have a limited amount of funds in what you're doing, but just so that the Board of Selectmen is very clear, and that can probably also be shared with the Housing Committee, but any time we're talking about obligations in law regarding housing, whether it's the country club or anywhere in town, it does seem to me that we want to really make sure we understand the terms we're using and we're using them properly, and we catch any times that they might be slightly misstated or someone just picks the wrong word.
Absolutely agree. I think we would turn to town council for legal definitions to make sure that they're appropriately communicated. We would, in addition to that, one of the things that we have in development right now that would be part of the public materials available on the website and distributed at community meetings would be an FAQ document that then translate that into terms that are relevant for this project. How do we define affordable housing or workforce housing? What are, in layman's terms, what are the obligations of the town, et cetera? And that will cut across all different sorts of issues, but a kind of FAQ document that breaks down technical information for the public is something we're working on, which is a really key piece at getting things started on the right foot.
Right, and I noted that as well, and I just wanted to ask specifically about the timing of that, because I would hope that the Board of Selectmen would see that before it's shared anywhere, including with TAC.
Yeah, we do meet with you again before we have the first community open house, and on the schedule that's noted as a preview of public materials. So if we don't think it needs to be out sooner than that, then that would be the time to review it. We could send it in advance so that you're not reviewing it on the spot. It's an important document. I think we'll try to do something like that.
It's very important that we clarify. Once we do clarify, we'll do that through town council. Once we do clarify, depending on what we identify, certainly from my perspective, I'll be reaching out to the housing committee to make sure they understand what the particulars are and what we, so that may be before we meet again as a board, but that's something that'll definitely take place as well. That's aside from what we're talking about here.
We can start by suggesting some things that should be defined as part of this, and so that can make its way around to you and then kind of back around to us.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So I guess a larger question here is, because I know we have boards and commissions that are part of TAC that are very eager to start generating content. But I guess my larger concern, I'm sure you're going to give us time to react more fully, but we might be engendering about 10 new tracks of information so that you can drink from a fire hose of information. I wouldn't want to do that. So I think maybe once you walk through the rest of your presentation, if we talk about how the flow of information will come to you.
Next slide, please. The next group that reported back to us was conservation. We know there is a fair amount of baseline data that exists today. Some of it specific to the property, some of it to the town, which we need to filter through. Those documents in part are listed below. There are more that we've been provided with, but those are some of the ones that were referenced today, along with some projects that we should familiarize ourselves with. So that's something that we're working through as we speak. Our environmental engineers and landscape architects. We understood there was no existing tree inventory yet, but we want to do the site walk soon. And as we've done on other projects, we have geotagged trees that we thought were of perceived importance. It's not in a scientific way, but we've been successful in other projects at this scale of saying this is an important cluster or grove of trees or just a phenomenal heritage tree that you would want to save at all costs. In a land plan, can we have that reflected or featured in a prominent way if it's a park landscape, et cetera? So just being out there on the site is an opportunity to do that, and technology's come a long way that we can do that with our phones. So it's not the tree inventory that you'll want to do one day, but it's something that within our scope and resources we can include in this work.
If I could add, beyond the framework of individual specimen trees, what a lot of the reports you've noted here that the Conservation Commission have procured really showcase is the value of the young growth and of the meadowland and of the early successional growth. There are some nice specimen open grown trees that are doing a great service ecologically, and that would be great to retain in a land use change, for example. But really what those reports are showcasing are the value of the stuff that's easy to overlook and easy to dismiss as a mess.
The younger and more vulnerable.
Yes.
And there is a 9-page plant inventory in that rapid ecological assessment. So that's, I mean, it's from 2017, so probably got more.
They did also note that the Historic Society is pursuing a grant for a trail that would have a trailhead somewhere on the site. I'm not sure if that's been located on the site, but we'll chase that down. Trails and connectivity are a major issue for us to address here. Along those lines, we want to speak with the trail master, who was referenced a few times today. And from what we understand, has an understanding of where invasive species may be on the property, maybe they can join us on the site walk as well. So that's the beginning of what we'll be doing with conservation. I think in a few slides we'll get to what the data metrics are for the baseline. We can dig in a little bit further and talk about what we think we can achieve with the information we have.
If I may just
Yeah.
clarify, it's, if you're referring to the state's plan, it's called the Green Plan,
Okay.
We
not
have that.
the Greenway.
We
Oh.
have that note. We
Okay.
she corrected.
Oh,
me.
okay.
Sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, but the Greenway expansion plan that was filed with the state just 2 years ago, did go onto the country club property and did indicate some, so that's something to also look at,
Okay. Got it.
even though I voted against it.
Awesome. Okay. Next. QPOP was up next. So we understand their charge, reporting to the board on proper usage of publicly owned properties. We understood they have not analyzed this property yet, but we've read through a couple of their reports since this afternoon. Yeah, it would, it would be valuable for us for them to do that at some point during this process. I'm sure they have a backlog. I'm sure it takes considerable time. We know they're volunteers. So maybe that's something we can follow up on and see if that's a possibility. We just wouldn't want to misrepresent anything or miss anything in that regard. We know that they also coordinate with town departments and committees and commissions. We see how they notice and incorporate recommendations from other committees and commissions. That, in effect, is kind of what we're doing with this whole process. If they can lean on us a little bit for that and stick to some of the easement and deed issues to expedite things, we can be flexible and contribute. So, but that would be valuable. And we'll keep our eye out for what I think I heard are recommendations on the POCD to go to planning and zoning in December, if I got that right. EDC was also there to report out. I think what they can do is help provide feedback on synergies between uses that may be on the property and other town uses, so that what happens on the country club site complements other things that are going on in town or envisioned for the business district, for example. We understand there's an infrastructure grant for that district, and we want to learn more about the plans for use of that grant, and speak with the 2030 task force, just again for gathering context and review the district plan, the most recent one from Prairie Associates. We've flipped through, but we'll spend more time with. Next, please. And then the last group was agriculture. And this is an important group. It's already come up once. They're an advocate for the business operations, land use needs of your local farms. I think also important is they advise on the land use agreements. And so, at the end of this project, if there are agricultural uses being envisioned, I think they'd be an important resource for us to understand how that agreement could be structured, because we want to, our goal is that this all pencils and it's something that benefits the town and whatever operators or users you have here. So important resource. And then was Christina brought up a great point about how agricultural uses in their view, really are central to the Woodbridge identity and culture. It seems to be a place where your community comes together. I think in a lot of ways that's what people envision for this property. So we'll want to learn more about what that means by speaking with the farm community. Educational gardens, community garden groups, all of that is in alignment with that vision. We do a fair amount of work in that space. We're doing a project in Westchester called Hilltop Hanover for the county, that's envisioned as a farm educational space that brings the community together. We did a project in the Bronx called the Edible Academy in the Bronx Botanical Garden. That's a phenomenal project for that community. So really understand the impact it can have, and like to see what opportunities there are here. So,
For whatever it's worth, a member of the Ag Commission is on a part of Town Line Farm. So-
Town Line Farm?
Yeah,
Great.
which is on your list there.
Yeah. Any, for those who attended this morning, anything that we missed, or for those who weren't there, any questions before we switch gears and talk data?
Out of curiosity, did anyone bring up today, at least when speaking about past proposals,
Yeah.
the original kind of intent behind the town's procurement of this land as the community members understood it?
That didn't come up.
Okay,
No.
thanks.
Oh, it did?
You were given the letter.
Oh, I was given the letter. I have not read it yet, but I
Okay.
was given it, yes. But I don't remember it in conversation, maybe I missed that part.
Just curious if
Yeah, I know if
how that
anyone
resonates with people today.
wants to elaborate on that, we'd love to hear.
There's a good amount of information out there.
Okay, well, we'll start there.
I believe there's a video in the records as well, Mike.
Okay.
It would definitely be worth taking a look at, a broad sense of what was happening at that time.
Okay.
Mika, will we be talking today to address these specific questions of the board? Or
How do you mean? Oh.
question for Selectmen? Are we going to actually address those today?
Yes,
Or
yes.
Yes.
are we supposed to be
email
addressing
these
them as we go
so
through
we
the
can
slides, or are we
see
going to
them?
address
Can you
the?
send me this presentation, like right now in real time, so I can put it in their OneDrive so they can pull it up instead of turning their neck? Is that possible?
I have to take it back from John over there.
It's on USB currently,
How many more slides do you have, Brad?
Is it only on the USB?
3 or 4.
I can make another copy right now.
So, I mean, it might be helpful for us to, talk some now, but then also send you comments. Is that gonna work?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And if you remember in the engagement plan, that was the kind of protocol.
Yeah.
We gathered as much feedback as we can, and then we had a defined number of days. It was 3 or 5 days. And so we asked for comments and feedback to be consolidated, sent to the core team group, and then back to us. So there's a process for this. But, we're happy to take any feedback you have right now, because we have 3 or 5 days to start working.
Well, I'm sure we have a lot of feedback for you.
Yeah, can we talk about this, or?
Do you want?
Okay.
Yeah, do you want me
Go
to
for it.
set this up? Okay, while Mike's making a copy for your computers. So one of the tasks that we've been starting on as part of the analysis is what we call baseline analysis progress. So progress is the operative word here. We're starting to collect these data sets and think about them. This is not complete. We're hoping you'll help us complete it over the coming days. We'll use these measures in a few ways. So you can see first they're categorized. So we talked about being multifaceted. Having measures that speak to different categories will help us make sure that we're comparing the trade-offs across different domains. So we're making sure we're thinking about the environment, recreation, et cetera, throughout the process. The other way that we'll use this is for understanding base conditions today, how the site performs, but then as we develop scenarios in the future, we can compare them to current baseline today, as well as to each other. And in terms of a data-informed process, that becomes really valuable for making apples-to-apples comparisons for all of these measures. So the feedback that we'd be looking for, and I can elaborate on any of these measures, what the intent is behind them, but we'd be looking for your feedback now and over the next couple of days on, are there measures that are key to any of these categories that you think we should consider adding to this list? And then to the extent you have domain expertise or interest, are there specific data sets that you know exist that we should connect to try to augment or supplement our understanding of some of these issues?
Brad, might I suggest, I think I understand David's line of questioning earlier. I think it's very important that you level set this with us so that we understand what it is we are being asked to do and how we can input and contribute. but I do feel it would be beneficial if we were able to consider this and send information in, rather than kind of trying to work through all of them right now. So if we can kind of just, in terms of just limiting to some degree how far we go with this, so that it doesn't become a complete conversation when we can actually do that, we can communicate it in a different way.
Absolutely. I think our hope today was that we would start the conversation, make sure you understood what we
Yes.
were trying to gather feedback on and get any initial thoughts, and then yes, have follow-up after
Thank
that.
you.
So I did have a specific question about environmental valuations, right? So there are formulas for looking at an acre of open space land and determining what the value of that is, both currently and into the future, and factoring in climate change and the needs of the community in terms of energy, and whether there are potential carbon credit kind of programs, all that. I know that came up a little bit today,
Yeah.
but I would be looking to you for the expertise, or perhaps some engagement with the Yale School of the Environment. There are some folks, we certainly have people who live here in town who teach at the school, and they're coming up with some really remarkable calibration instruments that are being shared with the federal government, so that the federal government can start valuing land in that regard. So I'd be very interested in that being pursued. I personally don't have the technical expertise, but I know it's out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we're addressing in the second row there, is trying to understand, if I understood, you're talking about carbon.
Yep, that's
We
part of
could we could use a kind of, a metric that tries to blend together carbon with other data points and creates a, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, kind of index. Or we could, perhaps our environmental engineers and landscape architects have some that they think would be appropriate to use here. So we don't have so many data points, but you're actually getting a kind of indexed number. We'll look at that.
Okay.
Just while we're on the topic of carbon, there is a difference between sequestration, which is the rate of carbon being removed from the atmosphere, absorbed in biomass, versus storage. And I would like to see storage and sequestration represented. And specifically, I'd imagine we're talking about above ground storage and levels rather than below ground, which it's important to just keep in mind that most carbon is stored below ground in terrestrial systems. So just a detail.
No, details are...
Acres of ag land established versus land suitable for agricultural land. I'm a little fuzzy on, because it's not established as a farm. There isn't any established agricultural land, but there are supposedly, as mapped, productive soils.
Right.
There would be two dimensions to that. You're right that we would want to look within the total pie of suitable agricultural land, how much is being repurposed or dedicated to future agricultural uses. And so that would be a measure that would be more useful for the future alternatives that we'd be looking at. Because as you said, the baseline today is zero. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my last thing on here about this is just echoing kind of Sheila's point of, I think as we went into this process, something that we discussed is just the value of getting data or integrating data of the value of the system in terms of what it is providing us. And you can look at this at many different spatial scales. Immediately in the 150 or so acres, the town, the state, whatever. But what value are we getting from this based on these environmental aspects in terms of energy cost reductions, in terms of flood mitigation benefits, in terms of clean air and clean water, in terms of reducing, of wildlife habitat and value and biodiversity. There are ways to put dollar signs to those ecological services. And I don't know how we can really consider any land use change without knowing what those are.
Some of these, it's a very good point, and ecosystem services are something that we're trying to figure out the best methodology given the resources to do.
Sure.
Some of these would be inputs to calculating those ecosystem services, so for today, we wanted to go ahead and note that some of these would be important sort of metrics to understand.
Okay.
And then how we roll that up into the ecosystem service valuation, as you say, is kind of the higher order math we need to figure out the best way to do given the resources. And so some of the resources that were mentioned at Yellowstone Forestry are one option. Trust for Public Land has some great resources that they developed that are generalizable that we might be able to utilize as well. So noted that that's something we need to figure out together.
Thank you.
This whole presentation's in your
Thank
SharePoint
you.
now, in your country club of Woodbridge,
Thank
Massachusetts.
you, Alex. Thank you.
So yeah, in addition to the carbon sequestration, the biodiversity value, I guess, is the other big piece.
Yes.
In recreation, I think a good metric would be birds. This is a heavily utilized birding site. That Audubon assessment could be a good baseline data like metric. I don't know how you measure that over time necessarily, but there are birders get into it, so there are ways I'm sure that you can. No, please.
Additionally, I know that there's significant properties around, particularly around this area, but, you know, around town as well.
Yeah.
That, what made you think there's a bird sanctuary at the Yale Preserve. I don't think they don't use it well, but it's something that if we can look into and understand a little bit, maybe we can even do something so we complement each other in terms of some actions and activities as well. But,
When you look at meadowlands and grasslands and some of the habitat and so forth, is there a specific category for pollinators?
I think we would be able to do that.
Yes, we would be able to categorize pollinators as sort of a subset within several of those. We isolate those.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you'll get some feedback from the commissions as relates to the pollinator pathways.
Yeah.
This sounds silly, especially because I brought it up earlier today, but is there a way in recreation to capture the winter recreation specific, sledding, cross-country skiing? I know some that's pathway accessibility.
There's a lot that kind of falls in that outdoor amenity piece, and maybe that gets broken out into seasons, or you know, sort of active team, or, you know, active structured sports and informal recreation. We could think about.
I wasn't sure if amenities meant.
I mean, you know, a lot of this too will have to be adaptable to the types of things that we're considering, right? So, you know, I feel like I'm saying that a lot. Like, we're going to have to just, you know, see where this takes us, this process takes us, and this will splinter off into maybe even more analysis. It'll bubble up into indices and in series analysis. So, but I guess what we want to make sure is we have the fundamental building blocks that we can go in different directions.
As it relates to transportation, I think mass transportation, I don't know that is covered necessarily. I see you say traffic impacts, but what the bus routes currently are and what they can be, something along those lines, and how does that impact what the benefit is to that particular area and or property? Because it is, that road is a main road, and I know there's buses there.
So in terms of the recreational aspect, I know it was mentioned at the meeting today, the idea that this property could help put Woodbridge on the map of like destinations to visit, right? So we're all very proud of the miles of trails that we have and all the outdoor activities that are possible. So you talked a little bit about how some of these things could potentially be economic development. So they're not, you don't really have a category for economic development, but the idea of attracting visitors
Yeah.
to our town
Yeah.
who might spend the day there and then go to our business district, have lunch, et cetera.
Yeah, yeah.
So connections between business development
Yeah.
and
That's a good one.
you know, patronizing, and also staying either in town
Yeah.
or staying nearby
Right,
and
right.
visiting the town. So, you know, we don't have any hotels, obviously, in
Yeah,
the town of
yeah.
Woodbridge, but there might be opportunities if you're going to come and visit in the area.
Yeah.
So that sort of cross-promotional kind of marketing of Woodbridge as a destination,
Yeah.
if this is the centerpiece of that, I don't know how you would put this in the list here.
Yeah.
What kind of base mark? There
Yeah.
is the convention, or is it the New Haven Convention and Visitors Bureau? Is that what they're still called?
Mm.
We have a representative, maybe, I think, that we're supposed to appoint. But anyway, they're in New Haven. They're
Okay.
part, I think they work with the, what's the business development group down there?
Chamber of Commerce.
Maybe, yeah.
The Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce?
Yeah.
I'm sure they're related to that, yeah.
Convention and Visitor Bureau, I think is what it used to be called, and they had a guide, and it
Yeah.
was for all the area
Uh-huh.
towns and cities and what to do when you visit
Right, right,
Woodbridge.
right,
We're a very tiny section
Yes,
in that guide, if they're still even printing it.
Yeah.
But those are the kind of, so maybe
I
that
think
goes
that's-
on your list of people to contact.
Additionally,
Yeah.
there's been a significant, there's been, residents have asked about, from a recreation standpoint, possibility of indoor. The most of what, I think what you have here is mostly outdoor recreation, but they were also looking for the potential of indoor recreation, like, and it's been mentioned about skating rinks
Yeah.
and/or swimming pool, you
Right.
know, have the swimming pool there, that type of thing there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so.
Maybe the venue up in Bethany on Amity Road, which is like an indoor soccer with
Mhm.
outdoor soccer kind of
Yeah.
thing. Or frozen ropes. That
Yeah,
was
we
one
have,
that
we
people
have
said.
one, a similar one, it's a little older than that one up there, but we have one also here in Woodbridge. It's indoor, it's primarily used for volleyball, it's been known as a volleyball center, but it has other sports
Yep.
as well.
And the pickleball place that just opened in Westville.
Oh, okay.
But
To these points and questions, you know, this baseline analysis right now, understanding it's in its infancy, is very specific to the 155-ish acres. Will you, for things like economic development, be expanding the scope of that analysis to assess, like, what types of recreation exist surrounding us? What type of economic development is here? Like, what are the gaps? What are, you know, what is flooded? You know, what's not necessary? Like, what wouldn't draw people to Woodbridge because it's there, there, and there?
Yeah.
With that?
We'll be using data kind of in a couple different ways. So the use case for this data will be almost like a scorecard to understand how existing conditions perform and how alternative futures perform. There's obviously other data that we need to contextualize and understand what's happening around us. And so we will be, for example, looking at, well, what kinds of public facilities do you currently have, and where do you have gaps in your current parks and recreation facilities? That won't be something we'll put on the scorecard, but it will be data that will inform decision making. So I imagine there's a lot of data in that category that would fall into what you're describing. That will all help inform what we do with this information as we have it. I mean, this data by itself won't tell you what to do. It will give you a good way to compare trade-offs, but you'll need that other context to understand things.
Thank you.
That's a good point. This will help us compare one proposal versus another. But it won't, hopefully all those proposals are providing for the same needs that have been defined in our analysis. That makes sense.
Yeah, that does. Thank you for that clarity.
So,
I mean, and that's a, you know, a very good point, because it's my understanding historically that one of the reasons why the golf course did not do as well when we were running it is because the area is flooded with other
Right.
surrounding courses that, you know, were bigger in scope and just attracted more people. So it's an excellent point.
well, and we couldn't keep up with, the
Yeah.
quality of our course was not comparable to the other courses. So I guess you have these pieces in the sort of linear units of walkable trails. Do you want to differentiate between walkable versus bikeable? because I know there's a lot of people interested in bike routes. I think that's a very different surface than currently. Don't try to walk on the cart paths over there with it, or
Yeah, I think that it might be another one that would have
Quality
fallen
of
into
the
outdoor
trail.
amenities, but it's probably worth breaking out.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
there's a lot of interest in biking
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, we do have path accessibility, which
Would
gets
score.
at that idea
Okay.
of trying to think about grades and surfaces and things
Yeah.
like that.
I mean,
So-
there's amazing things that are being done with bike trails. We don't have any bike trails like that in our town. We
Uh-huh.
have trails in the woods.
Yeah.
We have roadway trails,
Right,
which
right,
are a little more dangerous, but
Yeah.
there are places, and I know in conservation, they talked a little bit about a plan to put trails under those high power lines.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
There are, I know that based on what I've heard from the folks down at Danello's bike, that there are some mountain bikers who use our trails. So there's definitely a portion of it, but I'm not exactly sure what that is and can look into that more.
Okay.
yeah,
If
they
I might
actually,
suggest, I think we have a good flavor for what we're looking for here, so if the board is okay with that, if we can like move forward with the next and obviously know that there's more input that we can gather here.
I just had one question about that
Yeah.
land use piece, and there are zoning questions there. And I'm just want to float like a concern that I have is if we're talking about things like zoning regulations, we're airing information or options. I don't know what the legal status is. I know that TPZ is the only one in our town that's doing zoning regulations. So insofar as they need to not discuss those things publicly before they're in front of them, or when they're pending, I guess, maybe before they're pending, they can discuss them freely and therefore they can participate. But you have some overlap of membership on TAC and TPZ, and I would not want us to get boxed in at what we can be talking about. If you want to be looking at zoning issues, potential zoning issues there, I don't know if there's any sensitivity.
We're looking, I think, at what you're concerned about. We're looking at it from a legal standpoint, so we'll definitely address that.
Okay. Okay.
Great.
Thank you. So the last section here that we'll end with is the project name and identity concepts. And we had talked about the importance of creating a kind of campaign around this initiative and something that can endure past the end of our engagement with you, as this will be a long road to realizing whatever the future is for the site. And you know, it's something the community can rally around. Hopefully it's aspiring and inspiring and aspirational. We've thought about 4 themes that we could use as jumping off points. Action, vision, connection, inclusion, you know, things that we understood to be important values for the planning process. And wanted to put them out there for your feedback. You know, there's a fair amount of mixing and matching we can do here. You see some examples. We've worked on some of those on the right. Obviously, you know, the return to Riverbend, now just referred to as the Riverbend plan. Still indoors. You see tote bags around Middletown, lapel pins. It's great. I think it had an energizing graphic identity. It was all about making and strengthening connections. So you see this kind of idea of almost like a children's toy with the connecting pieces to it. City of Yes, you know, simply saying yes to opportunity is an initiative under Mayor Adams in New York. One NYC was really about unifying lots of disparate, in that case, a lot of disparate zoning initiatives from across the city under a singular vision. You know, bigger and more complicated in some ways, but for this one, you know, just would be interested to see if any of these jump off the page at you. Understand you're going to want to spend some time with them and give us feedback, but we wanted to give you 2 bites at this apple and not lay it all on you in January and say, we got to go to the community in a week. Here they are. We can come back to this. If you could just go to the next slide quickly, I'll show you. You know, and then this is how, once we have a sense for what the identity of it wants to be, we can translate that into graphic elements. So just again, a couple of examples. Toronto Tomorrow was a plan for Quayside on the Toronto waterfront, a kind of bleak industrial waterfront, and they really wanted people to think about the vibrancy and energy that could have, so kind of paired the kind of warm gray with these vibrant blocky colors, kind of represented development and transformational change. Project for Public Spaces is all about asking the community to fill in the blanks for visionary planning projects. So they use that as the sort of a graphic identity in all of their materials and in their name themselves. In the River Bend, with the connections, you can see how those colors played through our work. When community members would leave us sticky notes in the design storefront on Main Street, we'd put those right onto our drawings in the final documents, so their voice was literally on the page in their own words, sometimes little cartoon sketches from kids. We wanted to really be an expression of the community. I'm sorry if you could go back one. This is, we'd like you to just marinate on these and give us your feedback. We don't expect consensus, and let's go with the third one down, but we'll
Is
iterate.
the great compromise taken?
We thought, okay, so, the country club is maybe not something we want to evoke in the name, but if you start to peel back the onion on the history, is there something related to the farm, to Sherman?
So it was called Clover Hill.
Clover Hill, okay.
Clover Hill Farm at one time.
Yeah.
And the one comment I was going to give you, and I know we'll have more comment, but I like Return to Riverbend because it locates the plan in the portion of the city that's being considered.
Yes.
These other names sound like they're a full town plan, which they're not.
Yes.
So I don't want this project to appear to be biting off a giant piece of apple that we are not biting off. So I think you have to locate it at the property. We all call it the former country club, but I think we have to move past that.
Yes.
And I like the idea when we're moving forward to also be looking backwards at the history. So that's Clover Hill would be my suggestion.
It's like you were eavesdropping on us earlier. We were looking at the maps in the Selectmen's conference room. I said, what is there to latch onto here? The Riverbend was such a tangible thing, and it's like the only place in the Connecticut River that does a 90-degree turn. It's so unique to Middletown. What is there here? It's not the hills. That's like a bad subdivision name. What is it? But Clover Hill.
Clover Hill.
It's something that you could latch onto. The farm, I think, maybe is too presumptive. There's very clear there could be agricultural uses here, but do you want to put that in the name? That's good. And as we go through the history, some of which was shared, maybe some other things will come up.
Thank you.
So that's all we have for you this evening. You'll have a copy of this presentation. What did we say? It was 5 days so for what we asked for is, in 5 days to have comments back to us via the core group with as singular direction on these items as you can muster.
Karen is acting as our channel for comments and things of that nature. Again, all I ask is that we consider that this is a one-way input based on what we need to do from a board standpoint, and we don't get into conversations amongst ourselves in regards to what's going on, but rather just input so we can discuss it next time we're together.
And so what we'll bring to you next time are a preview of the materials that we'll use with the community at the first open house, which will be our kind of initial analysis findings and takeaways, so some of which we've shared with you tonight, to get their input and feedback. We won't have design proposals or ideas to proffer. At that point, it really is just about gathering feedback, using some of the insights that we'll draw from our physical analysis, our market analysis, to the degree we have it, environmental, traffic, things like that. But you'll get a chance to look at all that first. Hopefully we've got some stakeholder interviews under our belt at that point too, and we could do a kind of what we've heard recap at that point as well. So next time we'll probably have about as long a session with you because we'll want to review materials, we will send them in advance because we won't be developing the day of. But that's the plan.
And I'll just reiterate what Mike said, we'd like to get the input in within 5 days to keep the process going in the timing that they've established for us. So thank you. I certainly appreciate you spending the day with us, which is exactly what you've done at this point. So, and I'm glad you were able to enjoy some of our great restaurants.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is
Mika, can I just ask one question about timeline? I know you had something, and
Yeah.
I'm sure now it's in our packet, we can look at it there. In terms of timeline, though, there's a portion of time where you're doing the stakeholder interviews, and the Board of Selectmen are going to be interviewed, is that right?
One-on-ones as well, yeah.
Okay.
So those will be one-on-one interviews. I'd like to do them in person if I could. Really going to work around your schedules.
Yeah, how many hours you got? You could just...
You don't have a hotel in
Stay here.
Woodbridge yet, you know. I
That's right. Maybe that's something you have to suggest.
Yeah, so we'll be in touch to schedule those as well.
All right.
thank you again. Next item on the agenda is a discussion in regard to the 875 Litchfield Turnpike. Oh, I'm sorry, no, I'm looking wrong. It's a CUPOP update. Oh. Nicole, our CUPOP chair, Nicole Donzello, is here to provide us an update on CUPOP. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Nicole.
Good evening.
Okay. I feel like I have been here all day too. You took my
Gonna say.
Okay. All right, so thank you for having me. I just prepared for everyone, and I'm going to pass it out. I only made, I think, 8 copies. It's basically an outline of what CUPOP has completed in the year 2024 and what we are currently working on as I sit here this evening. So as you are aware, because we have submitted recommendations to the Board of Selectmen, I have divided this into different categories of properties that we did review. We are reviewing category 3 of the publicly owned property list. And specifically in regard to deed restricted residential use only properties, we did recommend, although that was deed restricted for residential use only, no change in use on 3 properties, which were 1, 5, and 9 Brookwood Drive. That was due to the properties being 100% wetlands, so we did not recommend a change in use. Those are protected properties by nature of the wetlands, and we did get advisory opinions from the Inland Wetlands Agency as well in town to confirm that. You do have those reports. The deed restricted residential use only change in use properties, those would be 38 Mylan, 31 Enoch, and 52 Brookwood Drive. You have reports on both 38 Mylan and 31 Enoch Drive. We have submitted those to the Board of Selectmen. We recently voted on 52 Brookwood Drive, and because we are a commission of volunteers, I apologize, I did not have that completed immediately. That will be forthcoming, hopefully to you in January. We did review property that was deed restricted open space, which was 52 Cowpath Lane. That is a protected property, an open space restricted property specifically. That recommendation as well is currently in progress, and you should have that by January. Properties that we did vote on for no change in use for open space, and I actually categorized it as change in use specifically because we would like to see this property in light of agricultural use issues in town to be utilized in part for agricultural use. That property is 1159 Racebrook Road. That recommendation is actually in progress. We did already vote to institute a plan that was created by Jason Morrill, who, as some of you know in town, he was also the conservation commissioner at one point, chair at one point in time. He did create a plan that would utilize that property, 2 acres more or less for agricultural use. Remainder of the property is inland, is wetlands, so we did receive information from the Inland Wetland Agency as well. So that cannot be utilized for anything other than that because it is protected, as well as eventually being able to attach or for continuity of our trail system, we may be able to add another segment of the trail system on that property along the riverfront, depending on, of course, the inland wetland.
Yes.
I'm just curious, AGR, is that agriculture, or is that?
That's agriculture.
Thank you.
Yes. I did reach out to agriculture. I have spoken to them regarding this property, and I'm hoping that they will be at the meeting on Monday before I submit a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen. Although we did adopt Jason Marul's report, I would like to have more specific information from agriculture and their position on it, which seemed to be very positive in light of their position that there are agricultural lands that are still needed within the town of Woodbridge. We have also identified potential grants for this project. I have kind of outlined a little bit of issues on that property. I know it's not shocking to see invasives are an issue on this particular property, as they are with many of our properties. So hopefully this will be a project that we can work on with agriculture to be able to apply for some grants and get that property more, not necessarily 100% passive, but utilized as well for agriculture and trails. We are also looking at a property. I actually have an update right hot off the presses this evening for everyone. We are looking at 157 Ansonia Road. I did indicate that is a deed restricted open space. Recreational use is permitted per the deed in that particular property. However, I did receive verification from the Inland Wetlands Agency this evening that that is indeed 100% wetland, so that cannot be utilized for recreation. We have met, and we did have a meeting last week with Recreation regarding not only that property, but another project that we're working with them on regarding peas and acorn, which I will get to in one moment. So that one will not be, that particular town-owned property will not be able to assist recreation in their goals that they have for the town. We also reviewed 46, 48, 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, and 62 Selden Street. Those properties do not have any deed restrictions. We have put those properties on hold to await the plan from EDC. One of the potential conversations we have had with EDC is regarding obviously the area in the business district and having continuity with other parts in town. Without showing a map, I'm sure many of you are already familiar with the area, and trying to, in terms of what Sheila was discussing as well, bringing in businesses. And one of the ideas that we have been discussing during our CUPOT meetings is utilizing our trail system and having the connectivity or continuity of the trail system throughout the town, and having a mechanism, which there is, but it's a little treacherous, to get down to the business district in order to maybe host mountain biking, trail events and things of that nature that will subsequently bring people, to Sheila's point, into our town to patronize our restaurants and things of that nature. So that is something that is on hold until EDC is further along in their planning of the business district.
If you, a meeting with the Trail Master in regards to that specific item, but overall in regard to the trails in general as well on a monthly basis.
Great.
So if you could keep me posted on your progress on that, that's an area that we would like to spend some time and some energy on.
Fantastic. I'd love to be updated on that as well. That'd be great.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a quick question? I'm
Sure.
so sorry. I just mapped that real quick to see, and the old Derby Trail popped up. I don't know if that's accurate, but I do have vague recollections of my history buff father talking to me about that. Is that being considered, or maybe when you talk to the Trails Master? Because if I'm recalling, that's a historic trail dating back to indigenous peoples, right?
Right.
So I would just want to make sure homage is paid and that's considered in any land use.
Right, and actually that may be a trail, not to put this in the conservation's lap, but this would definitely be something that conservation, I'm sure, would like to add to the QR code.
I'm sorry.
For that trail.
But that's an important.
It is, absolutely.
That's important.
And I really like the idea.
Yeah.
We have a business in town, which I'm sure a lot of you are aware of, that is it's a bike store that we have in town. And, many times he's had discussions about, with his customers about other events that occur in other towns on their trails. And there's really, truthfully, no reason why Woodbridge cannot do the same. So I would really love, as we go, and I know EDC
has that in the back of their minds, because I'm a little loud and I brought it up, but I want to ensure that we're taking that into consideration as well when discussing that business district, because that would be 100% something that would put us on the map, no pun intended. But I think that would be a great.
But maybe the Historic Society too.
Absolutely,
with the
absolutely.
trail. Yeah.
So that'd be great. Some new property reviews that are now with the COOPOP as well are 312 Rimmon Road, and of course the former Country Club of Woodbridge. As you are aware, COOPOP is a member of the TAC committee, or I guess it's technically the TA committee. And so we did not start reviewing the country club until we were further along in this process with the consultants, and now that we are, and because of the timeline given, we will certainly be adding this onto our review from our meeting, which we have a meeting on Monday on until we're completed with the review. Potential properties, and I say this for discontinued use, that is the language that I was told is being utilized now. We were actually approached, the town, by we, I mean the town, on one of the properties on this list quite some time ago, and in fact, if you were to, and I started doing a cursory review of the documents pertaining to this particular property, 27 Laurel Road, and in fact, it did go before, pursuant to 8-24, before TPZ, after the Board of Selectmen had voted for it to be reviewed for discontinued use. And it appears that they did recommend discontinued use as well, TPZ. However, it was put before a town meeting for vote, but it was subsequently passed. So that's a property that we are reviewing.
Let's be clear, I'm sorry. When you say it was subsequently passed, my understanding is that it was withdrawn.
Withdrawn, I'm
Passed.
sorry, withdrawn. You're right, it was withdrawn.
Okay.
I apologize. I utilized the wrong word, I apologize.
No,
It was
that's-
withdrawn. It's been a long day, Mika. So there are other properties as well. These are, for the most part, very small properties. I'm talking about 0.1 acres. And these are properties that we are looking at. Again, we are not saying that we are going to recommend discontinued use, but we were grouping them together because of the small acreage and the circumstances surrounding them, and added in 27 Laurel Road when that was brought to our attention.
So does discontinued use imply that we would sell or try to change ownership?
Yes, so you could, I mean, in my mind, and again, I think this would be a question for the attorney, but I don't think it necessarily means abandonment per se. It can mean abandonment. That was the word or the phrase that was utilized back when 27 Laurel was first being reviewed. It's my understanding that discontinued use is the new phrase to use for that. But yes, I mean, it could encompass all of those. A lot of these properties, for example, 60 Brookwood Drive is the end of a cul-de-sac that actually abuts the golf course, not the former country club.
Oak Lane.
I'm sorry?
Oak Lane.
Oak Lane, thank you, Oak Lane. So, that is a potential, right? I mean, it is 0.1 acres, but, so, yes, everything's on the table as far as review. So, and then in regard to acquisition of publicly owned property, as I believe it's on your agenda this evening, 1875 Litchfield Turnpike is a potential acquisition. So COOPOP is currently reviewing that as well, and will provide information regarding that property. And as you know, I'm sure you just had my latest, the latest COOPOP recommendation. Our goal is to ensure that we provide all of the factual information to all of you who are the decision makers. So just to be clear, we are in no way, shape, or form stepping on toes. It is the Board of Selectmen that makes all the decisions, and we are just here to provide you with all the factual information and documentation necessary to ensure that you are able to make those decisions in a well-informed manner. In terms of miscellaneous projects that are in progress currently, we have been asked to review any potential publicly owned property for potential change in use to accommodate the Woodbridge Police Department should we need to do that. It's my understanding that, and I'm sure you're more aware of it than I am, that there was already an estimate received to update the center building, and that may not be feasible for the town. So we're just looking currently to see any types of properties, publicly owned properties potentially may be used for that purpose. We have initiated collaboration with REC, not only on the property I previously mentioned, but also to recommend updates to Pease Park. Also, not only Pease Park, but Acorn as well. And we're looking at making it more ADA accessible. And I've kind of detailed here what specifically we're looking at: splash pads, bike parks. Recreation has identified the want for a universal slab that can be utilized for more than one purpose, not only ice skating, but also other purposes during the spring and summer. And we've also identified potential grants for those projects as well. And we did have a meeting regarding that. Same with Acorn. We have decided, in the interest of full disclosure, to start with Pease Park first and then subsequently take up Acorn at a later date. But I identified issues with Acorn with potential lighting and indoor facilities as well, and to make it more ADA accessible. We have been collaborating with sustainability and public works. They're in the process of doing an energy audit of all the municipal or town-owned properties, or facilities, I should say. And so we do sit on any meetings regarding sustainability with that in that regard. And we are also assisting in any way we can with any identification of town-owned property that may be suitable for sustainable energy. We've already entered, as I indicated here, we provided our POCD recommendations to TPZ. It involves a lot of collaboration and assistance to the multiple committees and commissions and agencies in town with our review. And we hope to one day soon be done with the review of all the publicly owned properties, but it is a very involved process, and we are really taking our time and thoroughly going through all of the documents to ensure that you have all of the information so it's easier for you to review and make your decisions, because I'm sure you don't have enough on your agenda as it is. So.
Thank you, Nicole, and let me start by saying thank you to you and your commission for the work that goes in. I understand the work that goes into this and for what you're doing. Thank you for summarizing it the way that you have. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
One thing I did want to add is there's a piece of property that just came up for sale at 230 Seymour Road. And since conservation is here, it makes it easy for me. I don't need to necessarily talk to, make additional calls. But at 230 Seymour Road it's a private owner. It's just a regular listing, but it seems to be a piece of property that might be worth the town looking at in terms of open space. So,
Okay.
so if you can, it's 230 Seymour Road.
Is that the property that conservation already looked at that was under foreclosure at one time? It's been
I believe it
subdivided?
was. Well,
That was 220.
no, it's, the number is 230. 230 Seymour Road, Route 67.
Is it landlocked? This property?
Well, it is, obviously, they have a way that it's right on Seymour Road. There's if you
part
look
of
at
the
the
Blue
GIS
Trail.
map, which I
Okay.
spend too much time doing.
Part of the Blue Trail.
Yeah, there are trails up in that area, so I feel there's some synergy there. So at any rate, I just
Yeah.
mention it so that you can give it a shot.
Kind
you
of
know.
abuts Acorn on the backside by the ball field. It
okay.
stretches from the road.
But again, it's not, it's just, I just happen to see it come up in regards to just being for sale.
It's a
Okay,
key
and
part of the Blue
regarding,
Trail.
if I may, regarding the review of our review of the country club or the potential change in use of the country club currently, we discussed this at the TAC meeting. We are planning on attacking this. I'm losing my voice, I apologize. We're planning on attacking this as we do any property in town for our review. The only difference is that because we have a 6-month deadline, and it looks like this information may be helpful, especially seeing as there's only 2 open houses for the public to voice their concerns, because it will be on our agenda from here until it's resolved. We anticipate creating monthly reports and submitting them regarding the new information that we get as we go forward. So, and it sounds like the consultants are amenable to that, for us to lean on each other in terms of obtaining information. Should those reports be submitted, because we do make recommendations to the Board of Selectmen, so should they be submitted to the Board of Selectmen, or would you like me to
They should be, they should be submitted to Karen.
Karen, okay.
And then they will be just submitted to the consultants with a copy to the Board of Selectmen, so the information is disseminated.
Okay.
But all information should be channeled and funneled through Karen.
Okay.
Should we talk a little bit about the timing? So first, I want to say thank you for this. Is very informative. A lot of energy is going into it, and I appreciate that greatly.
Thank you.
Some of these items are things that touch our strategic plan that the Board of Selectmen
Okay.
is going to be updating, and we'll hopefully be updating it at our January meeting. We'll have some discussion. So this will help me, and I may call you to ask about some other details of it.
And I'll come if you need me to come and provide
Yeah,
information.
that
so-
actually might be very helpful. Just so that the board, all members of the Board of Selectmen are aware of requests that are coming, that are being assisted by Coupop, but they're coming, maybe we're not aware of them. So some of these properties, like 312 Rimmon, wasn't aware anyone was looking at that. The property on, I think you said was not going to be available for recreation, 157 Ansonia.
Right, that's part of our review of the properties.
Right, and I know that, Recreation has needs that they're gonna present to the Board of Selectmen and Board of Finance in our budget process, I'm sure. I'm very confident of that. And so once we get a sense of those, and then we say, oh yes, we do want to try to find a site for this, it would make sense to have Coupop look for sites once the Board of Selectmen has already vetted whether we're doing that, whether we can afford to do it, whether we need to answer some other questions before we move forward on that. So just as I'm saying, where this intersects with our strategic plan, we have some of these things on our strategic plan, but just getting the board engaged in the Coupop process so that you're not doing lots of work and then we say, screech, we're putting on the brakes. That doesn't make sense. So with regard to the country club property, or the Clover Hill, as I'm going to start calling it, do we want a separate, my only concern here is that the public who wants to weigh in might feel now they have to come to Coupop, and they also have to come to all the Board of Selectmen meetings, and they have to come to the open house. And so there's multiple avenues, multiple train tracks opening up in front of people. This is, like, we hired the consultant to pull everything in, right? So I just wanted to talk a little bit about, do we really
Help me
want-
understand what you're asking for.
I think we should wait on Coupop's consideration of CCW until we have benefited from all that work they're gonna do, and they're doing it very soon. So once that takes place and we have some sense of this plan, then we would say, now it's time
Which
to put
plan?
it through our process of our boards and commissions.
Which plan are you referring to? When you say when we have a sense of which plan?
Clover Hill Master Plan
The
is
master-
what I'm referring to.
Here's what I'm suggesting, and maybe we're just not in the same place in terms of what we're speaking of here. If somebody attends Coupop or any other commission for that matter, and they speak on the matter of the country club, and it's pertinent in something that the consultant could benefit from or should know, I would like that to go into the consultant at the time that it occurs. So, if something like that occurs on any board or commission, they should indicate to Karen that such and such is the case. And Karen would then disseminate that information as I described before. That's what I'm speaking of. David?
I would just suggest that if that's the way we're gonna do information, we have to put people's names on it. I don't want the same person going to 5 commissions and having the same point.
Great point.
Resurfacing every time.
Another reason for it to funnel so that we don't have 5 different, the whole intent, like you said, we don't want multiple train tracks to the consultant,
Right.
period.
Well,
So
in addition to the consultant, though, I think that people who have concerns about the country club property really want to speak to the Board of Selectmen. We've made it abundantly clear that we're going to be the decision makers on it, right? So, maybe one tactic to take would be, why don't we jointly meet with Coupop? If Coupop's going to have the country club on their agenda for discussion and inviting public, I'm open to having the public make comments.
Sheila, I have to say,
Maybe we
honestly,
jointly meet with Coupop so
my
that
per-
they're talking to us both.
from my perspective, there's a challenge at this point in time in getting us to engage in the meetings that we already have on tap. Now we're suggesting that we coordinate anytime that the other consultants, anytime the other commissions have the country club on we're welcome to attend. We're public. We can attend any meeting that there is, and there's no problem there, particularly if we attend as a public. There's no meeting that needs to be noticed. There's no minutes that need to be made. And if you can make it and I can't, so be it. That's the intent. So I'm not seeing value in terms of changing it so that anytime there's a country club item on a commission, that the Board of Selectmen meets and we make it a joint meeting. I'm
So
not in favor of that.
I guess if we're tasking Coopop with making a recommendation on the country club property,
That's part of their general
Right
charge.
now.
It's a piece of property. It's a
Well-
piece of property that the town owns. It's in their charge. That's what they do on a regular basis.
and all the time we've owned it, we haven't asked for that, even though there's been several proposals. So to do it now, right when
Actually,
we're on the cusp
it
of
was one of the
this-
first things I did when I was elected is to consider the country club property after we've identified the board, after we have identified the consultant that we will work with. So I'm not going to speak to what's happened in the past, but from my perspective, it's a Coopop charge. It's something they do. They've done it with every other property that, as we've seen. I don't see a difference here, and I'm not understanding why you do, or why there is. And please, there's
Well,
additional
I mean,
input, please.
When the dog park was being proposed.
Yes.
There was a lot of comment that came first to Coopop, and then the same people came to the Board of Selectmen, and there was a repeat of that, the entire
Mhm.
litany of comments, and there was this big spectrum of them. That potentially could happen again. People
And I
could
would
go to
rather the
Coopop,
public attend the
then
two
come.
meetings than me attend the two meetings, or you attend the two meetings, or everybody else attend two meetings. You know,
Divide the
in a
work.
sense of, it's a matter of if you want to discuss it with the Board of Selectmen, we have the forum under which you can do it. We have public comment. That's where you should come and discuss it.
Right, I
For us
would
to all of
encourage
a
people to do
sudden
that.
jointly identify that anytime there's going to be something on the country club with any of our commissions, we should then consider a joint meeting with the Board of Selectmen. I'm not seeing the,
Well, no, my suggestion would be to ask them to pause until we have more of this data together, so they don't have to run around the same territory and try to cover the same territory that the consultant that
but
we're
again,
paying is going to do.
if Nicole and her group are doing their work on the country club, someone comes in and says something that's pertinent to what the Board of Selectmen should know, or the consultant should know, if Nicole reports that, and that's an email, that's a phone call, that's what would happen, Karen would have it, Karen would disseminate it, the information then is had by the Board of Selectmen, as David suggested, rather than getting it from 5 people and Karen sending 5 emails to us. If it's the same person saying the same thing at 3 different commissions, Karen has it, here's the input, and we have it.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand the redundancy here. I mean, why is it we're going commission on use of publicly owned property?
Mhm.
Didn't we just hire a consultant to work on the use of the publicly owned property? To research everybody, including them, but not to have somebody else doing the same thing that the people we just hired to do are going to do. That's right? Am I not right in that?
The consultant's scope is significantly greater than what the charge for Coopop is. So could there be some redundant work? Yeah, absolutely, there could be. And I think it's on us. We're receiving the reports on a monthly basis from the consultants. They are bringing it to us. If we're getting information from Coopop or any other commission, regardless of what it is, we can determine whether that's redundancy, whether we don't need that, or whatever the case may be. What Coopop does, and help me understand, because I appreciate your point as far as the redundancies are concerned.
I just was asking the question.
Yeah, no, I understand, but and Nicole, you can say, do you feel your work is exactly what you feel a consultant would be doing?
I think that they're a much broader, they have a much broader job than we do. We make a recommendation on the use of publicly owned property, much like Coopop did in 2014, when the country club was being discussed as well. It's no different now than it was in 2014. So they were asked to provide information in 2014, whether they were asked or did on their own accord, because it was a publicly owned property being discussed, a potential change in use. So I'm not aware of the charge being changed since 2014 or even since 1972, which was a great year, which is when I was born, by the way. But, I'm not aware of the charge being changed. So I don't see any difference between Coupop reviewing it now or 10 years ago. And I would also say that it is part of our charge. We would be providing information, and there's nothing wrong with information. We are here to assist. Literally part of the, I want to make sure I get this right, Technical Assistance Committee for that particular purpose, knowing what our charge is. And as we indicate, as the consultants indicated at the TAC meeting today and this evening, they are on board with us providing this information to them to assist with their evaluation. If we're paying by hour or however we're paying them, why wouldn't we utilize
Right.
the commission
And that's a very
charged with
important
doing
point.
exactly this?
So if there's historical information, if there's data, if there's public
Right.
work, town clerk information, things of that nature, that Coupop can research and provide, I agree. That's something that they should do. That's what they do. That's what they've been doing. So why not keep that doing and add that as a complement to the consultant as opposed to telling the consultant you're on your own? Because we have a resource. We have a group that does this. I'm sorry, Dana, we're going to try to stick with the, so it's,
So in terms of what the Technical Assistance Committee is being asked to do, totally makes sense, because Nicole is representing Coupop on the Technical Assistance Committee. But in terms of an overall recommendation for use, that's beyond the technical information that the consultant seems to be asking for the technical advisory, or the technical assistance committee.
I can clear this up right now. We have no intention of making a recommendation
Thank you.
on the
I
property
was just gonna say that.
until after everything is in and completed.
So-
So what I'm suggesting is that may not happen for,
Clarification.
well, they're telling us
6 months.
6 months.
Mhm.
Let's hope it's 6 months. That's not going to happen next month, and it certainly isn't going to happen before all of the information is brought in from the consultants. So what I'm suggesting is that in the interim, as we are gathering information, we work together as a team and a partnership, which is probably what TAC is. We're all bringing our information into that committee to assist the consultants to form a comprehensive plan encompassing all of the different views and perspectives of the town of Woodbridge.
thank you.
Thank you.
So that does tremendously clarify for me. So I think I misunderstood, because we were talking about use recommendations. So if it's the technical advisory committee work, all of those committees are now going to potentially go back to their commission and say, we need to talk about what we're submitting as our technical advisory or technical assistance committee input. And
I'd
there's
rather
a
the-
very prescribed process for
Right,
that.
and I'd rather the Board of Selectmen not have to attend those meetings. That's from what,
The TAC meetings?
no, the individual commission meetings
Yeah, I
when
mean,
they're
if that's
talking
the
about
extent
the
of what.
TAC work.
Right, so if that's how it's noticed on on the agenda, that's what they're doing, they're fulfilling TAC requirements regarding CCW input. That makes sense, but use recommendation is very different, and that's what's in their charge. So
But
we've essentially made a new charge to them with the TAC, which is please bring technical information. That sounds like what you're talking about, so that helps
It
to
sounds like
clarify.
semantics, but
Well,
I understand what you're saying.
semantics, and we have an
If-
audience
in
here.
order for Coupop to complete the work in 6 months, they need to do the work over 6 months.
Right, exactly.
So if they're going to have those discussions at their meeting, they're going to be, on their agenda will be discussion for recommendation of the country club in preparation for the report that they're going to do in 6 months. So I don't see that there's a need for us to police and/or dictate how they identify their particular agenda items. What I'm suggesting is that we let them do what they do and what they've done a very good job with, and allow them to continue to do the work that they do, augment the work of our consultant, and keep us apprised if things happen and this goes to all the commissions, not just the Coupop. if in conservation, if in recreation, somebody comes in and makes a statement that has something to do with the country club that in one way, shape, or form should be, we should be aware of it, or the consultant should be aware of it, that you report it to Karen so that we can do it at that point in time as opposed to waiting until the next meeting and/or your next meeting or our next meeting.
And
That's what I'm
Yeah,
suggesting.
and to curb any concerns again, and I can't reiterate this enough, you know, it'd be very reckless of Coopop to make a recommendation before the consultants have completed their evaluations and their plan. I mean, we ultimately will be making a recommendation, in essence, if you look at it this way, on whether or not the town should adopt the change of use that comes up, that the consultant comes up with, whether we should adopt that, right? So what I'm trying to say is, I can assure you, we have not even discussed this property until we were at this point where TAC was formed, where the consultants were chosen. We did not even place this on our agenda until all of those were completed. It is at this moment, now that TAC has met twice, that we are now going to start, now that we know we have 6 months, they were now going to add this onto our agenda every month, and I even indicated I would be willing to hold special meetings if necessary to ensure that we are able to get all the information to support the consultants in their endeavors to come up with a comprehensive plan for the country club.
Thank
And
you.
also, you will be provided with this information as well, and information will just assist all of you in making the well-informed decision on the property.
I believe you have some additional items to discuss with us. Are we doing the 31 Enoch, or, because I'd like to move on if you're okay with that.
That's fine.
You're good?
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you want to go into that a little bit more?
Oh, would you like
Oh,
to
I'm
discuss
sorry,
it in
before I just
detail?
No,
asked
that's
Sheila,
in
let
our
me ask you.
packet. The agenda says 1875 Litchfield.
It's the next agenda item. I know, it's part of her report, I'm sorry, the
I,
information.
I could just indicate,
Oh, it
It
is
was-
in the
it
packet.
is in the
I just
packet.
didn't see it as
Yeah.
a line item on
Yep.
the agenda. I didn't know.
in the interest of time, the report is provided to the Board of Selectmen. This was listed within my outline that I did provide. It was a deed restrictive residential use only property that, based on that deed restriction for residential use only single family, we recommended change in use to sell the property. We provided all the information. It's about a 12-page report. I can tell you that the documentation, which has not been provided to you, so you should thank whoever did not give that to you, is approximately, maybe an inch and a half or so thick. So
Thank you.
it's 102 pages, I think. So it took us a long time to locate a lot of these documents. I don't know how much detail you want me to get into regarding that, but it's pretty.
I'll provide just a synopsis if I could,
Sure.
only because in the context of why this is in front of the Board of Selectmen. And there is a property owner who's interested in purchasing the property specifically because there is a trail that is on the property and goes by it goes by his property that's close to his home. And it's a piece of property that's very sloped, very treed, and nothing can be done. It needs to remain the way it is. So he's willing to purchase the property basically in exchange for our consideration of moving the trail in such a way as it wouldn't be as close to his house as it is. And he's already indicated he would leave the property exactly as it is. We can put whatever easements we want on it that are necessary. It's just that seems to be his interest.
And I did neglect to say that the recommendation, not just to sell the property in compliance with the deed restriction, but also to ensure that there was a conservation easement in perpetuity wherever the trail would be located on that property.
Right. So, from our perspective, with that interest in mind, and this is something that's come up before, it's not the first time that this has come up. I did ask Nicole and her team to take a look at it to see what's feasible, to see if it's something that can be sold, or if there's some deed restrictions, or what the particulars are as relates to the property. And that's the reason for the report and the reason for it being in front of the board. Now, no one else has expressed an interest in the property, as far as purchasing the property. I have reached out to and I have spoken with the abutting landowner who's interested, and we need to do some more work in regards to how that trail actually goes to make sure that it's something that we can do. So I have been also in contact with our trail master and Tim Austin in regards to the trails and exactly what can be done or what can't be done. And once we have that resolved, if necessary, it will be brought back to the board. If it's something that there is no interest in, there's no reason for us to bring it back to the board. So that's where we stand with 31 Enoch at this point in time. We do need to meet, I do need, the town does need to meet with the resident to review very specifically what can or can't be done before there's any point in going forward. Questions?
Can I ask a quick question?
Please.
So, the last time this was considered, which was in 2017,
Yes.
and I know you did some research there, there didn't seem to be a definitive answer, and I wonder if someone could contact the former town attorney who, if memory serves, he spoke at a Board of Selectmen meeting to explain why they were not moving forward, and it had to do with that same property owner's unwillingness to protect the trail. But that's from memory, and so I would like someone to approach the former town attorney, get that in writing.
Again, let me restate what I said. I spoke with the property owner.
Mhm.
He is interested in the property and is completely willing to work with us to relocate that trail. So that is not the issue from the property standpoint. It's clear. He is willing to talk to us if we can move the trail. The issue is, there's multiple parts of the trail, not all of them are on that property. So can we move, are we going to be able to impact the part that he's interested in? And that's what we need to define. But from the perspective of what's happened in the past, it doesn't come into play at this point in time simply because he's telling me what he's looking for now. And
Now, as opposed to in 2017.
Correct.
Understood.
So,
Nico, what about the fact that, just reviewing the report, that this property was purchased with open space funds after a town-wide vote? I mean, I'm just reading the notes from the land trust provided that are included in this report. And I don't know if there are considerations there to.
Well, actually, I'm sorry, I can't
No.
answer this question.
I was going to defer to you because I'm sure you did some research on
Right,
this.
so, and actually, I don't mean to quote him because he's sitting right here. But I'm sure he can speak for himself
I could.
regarding that issue. Maybe I'll just defer to you then on
Okay.
that, because I just referred to you in the report, so.
So I did check that out with our bond counsel,
Okay.
and once the bonds are paid, which these are paid,
Okay.
then lifts the restriction from a bond perspective and from a tax perspective and from a tax exempt perspective and all that stuff.
Okay.
It lifts that restriction.
So do we have an open
That's
space
what you're-
fund, a municipally managed open space reserve fund? So if we
We have an
were,
open space fund, yeah, it's about
so if we were to
$70,000.
sell, would the money go back into that fund?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I'm sorry,
It
Tony.
depends how you direct it.
We
Well,
could.
Would we?
We could. It
So-
would be up to the Board of Selectmen to
Yeah.
determine that that's the case. And it would, it's interesting because as Nicole stated in her report, there's other pieces of property that we're looking to acquire. And we may have to pay for those pieces of property in order to acquire them. So that would be a means by which we can, which is one of the other reasons I'm trying to push this forward a little bit sooner than I otherwise would.
I mean, the unfortunate situation with this particular property, if I can just give more, it's in the report, so, is that for whatever reason, appears that the incorrect deed is housed in our town clerk's office. We were able to locate that deed, actually within files that Jerry Shaw, who I've learned has files on everything, which is fantastic. I was able to locate a deed to that property around the time, which some of you may remember this, around the time where there was a discrepancy as to whether or not we were responsible to pay into the association to pay the bills. So the attorney that represented the association at the time faxed over the deed, which indicated that yes, indeed, we are responsible. Not only that, included within our deed the restrictive covenant restrictive document, which specifically indicated the restrictions on the property that we do not have in the clerk's office. Now, I have been asked to contact and, receive a copy of that deed and provide it to the town clerk's office to correct that. But that just happened to be that we were able to locate that deed. But if it was not for Jerry Shaw and keeping every piece of paper in correspondence, we were able to locate that correct deed. And within that, and it's in the appendix, which you do not have, which is part of the 102 pages, but
We're
it
gonna
is
have to
in
get it.
there. And it's specifically,
It's
a Tony Belinsky's office.
Can it
And
go
it
on the shared
actually-
drive, or is there a limit?
Well,
And so my point is that this property, if we had had the correct, information before us and had the correct, deeds, at the time that this property was purchased for open space, we would have realized at that time, and I mean, I'm Monday morning quarterbacking here, so I'm not quite sure what happened, but we would have known at that time that that property was restricted for residential use only. Not only that, some of the items, I know there's been mentioning a parking space up there and things of that nature could not have been completed because of the other restrictions that are listed within that document.
Appreciate it. Andrea, I'll also add, obviously, from my perspective, one of the reasons for bringing it to the board and understanding the whole situation is that it would remain open space.
Yes.
So.
I think my concern is just the maintenance of the Greenway Trail portion that's part of the property. So, like that easement, who would maintain the easement?
We do it now.
Yeah.
We're maintaining it now. It would be no different. The trail would just go differently. It's ours now.
Okay.
So so that nothing, from what I can gather, and there's very little, if anything, that would change in terms of the property, except where the trail is located, how the trail is located. And I think that's why I'm seeking the input from the trail master and the people who can determine whether something can be done or can't be done in terms of what the resident is looking for.
So to clarify, we don't yet have that information.
I don't have that
Okay.
particular, I don't have those
Because that would be,
specifics.
that would.
Yeah, no, we have to have that.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying it's something with Nicole coming today and providing her update. This is part of the report, but it's not something that I feel the board needs to take up right now because we don't have enough information.
And I think it's important that we remedy the deed issue as soon as possible, especially because it's restricted document that is not in our town clerk. And also, again, a copy of it, hopefully it will be scanned at some point and placed onto our page. But that document is in Tony Belinsky's office, if anybody
Yeah.
would like to.
And the
review it.
intent is, Sheila, just so you know, that we will digitize the documentation.
Great. So the other thing I just wanted to Andrea's
Sorry.
point about the process of selling publicly owned property. So there had been a recommendation, Nicole mentioned the 2014 input into POCD. At that time, CUPOP and Conservation jointly made a series of recommendations, actually to the Board of Selectmen, because they both just advised Board of Selectmen. But it was part of the POCD process, and it talked about the potential of I think at that time we were looking at that 38 Milan.
Okay.
And I say we because I was chair of CUPOP at the time.
Okay.
But we had laid out what we thought a process could be for the Board of Selectmen to then start to figure out. So as Mika says, we're back at that same spot. Here we are 10 years later, we're at the same spot. And as far as I know, once that recommendation was formally made to the Board of Selectmen, it was not then assigned to committee or further work and didn't happen. But I think
There
we
is a
would want to.
framework.
Yeah, and I think we would want to hear again from CUPOP on what they think the process should be, and again from Conservation, because when we're talking about publicly owned property that has any conservation value, we want to hear from both groups.
David?
David, you had a
Yeah,
question?
I just wanted to ask a question or two, but also to comment upon your sleuthing into all this. This was a Sherlock Holmes kind of moment.
Very helpful.
I was an investigator before I was an attorney, what can I say?
But it does seem, you were able to identify a number of holes in the recording process that we probably should not have for our town, and many of them in recent times where things were either not followed through, or maybe they were followed through, but there was no record of why they were resolved, not resolved, whatever. So that it just looked, it was like reading Swiss cheese, I mean, it was kind of, you'd come along and then you'd fall through the hole and you'd come out at some other end of, but But one thing that did concern me was the comments that were in there about the difficulty of policing or maintaining these easements. And if that's a real problem, then that may be a bigger issue for us to consider. And I don't know if that's a CUPOP issue or if that's some other issue as far as easement, maintenance and supervision and.
Yeah, I actually asked the town attorney, which you may not remember, about what the procedure would be should somebody, encroach on the easement, and it would, or I believe I asked you or Chris Sullivan, both probably, but what the procedure would be, and it would be an issue for the town attorney to take care of and send a letter to the person who's encroaching on the property, and if need be, take legal action. I can tell you that CUPOPs, that was our evaluation of the situation, because as far as we're concerned, we look at the facts regarding a property, and the deed specifically indicated these are the restrictions, is residential use only. How can we accommodate that in light of the fact that we obtained this property, not realizing these restrictions as open space? And our recommendation, just as we indicated, was to make it part and parcel of another residential piece, right? With that restriction. So yes, that would be something that our attorney would handle in terms of the encroachment. For concern regarding that, and I apologize, I don't have the report in front of me, mainly because the original is in there. But I do believe, and I do recall, and I apologize if I'm incorrect, but there were comments or a report from, I want to say, Conservation, back in 2017, where they actually visually went to the trail and indicated that it was cleared, that it was a cleared trail, and there were no issues with the encroachment at that time. Now, I can honestly tell you, I have not utilized that trail, so I cannot tell you that from my own personal experience, what it is today.
Right.
But if there were an issue with any of our trails that we have conservation, easements on, or any easements, it would be handled by our attorney. So.
It's no different than what we have easement property, obviously.
Sure.
This is, as a matter of fact, this is one of them. We have easement property. It doesn't change anything from that perspective.
It was just that there were a number of comments by people from other commissions that said that it was difficult, that there were difficulties. I didn't know what those difficulties might have been.
Right.
Or how they were handled, but I appreciate the fact that it was in your report.
And-
So I guess I would ask, maybe my question should be for Nick, is that if there's a deed restriction for residential use only, is that unchangeable? Can it be changed to just somehow becoming
Is that just
protected property?
developmental?
Protected open space as opposed to just a lot that nobody's building on?
It's not always the easiest to do something like that. It takes, it's possible, and we've done it in the past, but it takes identifying really whoever is a beneficiary of a certain restriction. Here, it gets a little fuzzy because we're talking about use or residential use, who is really the beneficiary of there and who has standing then to enforce that if there's a claim that that restriction is not being complied with. So I'm not going to be able to say just for, it would take looking at the documents that have been referred to and this whole trail here to figure out exactly who is the beneficiaries here and if there would be some way to get consent essentially to change that use restriction at this point.
At this point, we need to define whether there's any opportunity for us to do something different with the property. So short of that, knowing that there might not be any change, maybe we just move along until such time as we get everything that we need. The trail is open. I did walk it. It happens to be near me. And I understand the gentleman's concerns, but I'm not sure, frankly, that this will resolve his concerns. And, and I'd be completely open about that. So, thank you. Thank you very much, Nicole.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Thanks for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is 1875 Litchfield Turnpike. I'll ask Steve if he wants to provide any information, or you'd rather just,
I suppose I could. Sure.
it's,
If this is coming from the board, can I potentially make a motion to just tweak the agenda for those that are waiting in the audience to give agenda items? Because we are, I think, a little bit further along
absolutely
than
can.
we thought we would be.
I'm okay with that.
It's fine.
Yep.
Is that okay? I don't mean
Oh,
to
yeah.
I'll
disrupt
second your motion.
Okay.
Is everybody in agreement?
You're specifically talking about the West.
We're going
the
to
next
move
one.
this
the
to
next
skip.
one, and then maybe Alice Newton, and then
Yeah.
go back to 1875.
They look like they're enjoying themselves, though.
Some of them are not asleep.
So, yes, I seconded the motion.
Okay.
Any discussion on this? Everybody all in favor? All right, we will move it up, and we'll start with the Westwood Road Scenic Road application. And in this particular instance, Warren is here, Warren Connor is here very specifically as our tree warden, to also consult with in terms of what we're doing or what we may do, and exactly what the implication is there to make sure that the appropriate expectations are understood and the appropriate understanding is there in terms of one of the reasons that this came up, not from my understanding, is because there were ribbons on trees that were going to be cut down, and I wanted to be absolutely sure that we have authority indicating exactly, this being a scenic road, how does that change? So, with that, what's everybody? I think we have not on that item yet, so. Do we have anybody planned at, I believe it's Sharon DeCat and co-chair? Yeah. Did you want to come up, Sharon?
So do you want to hear, you all got the letter that indicates that, and actually Barbara Smith was one of the person with the idea originally, I want to give her credit for it. And that we had thought that this small piece of road that is a part of the history and scenic beauty of the town could be a scenic road designation as per one of the POCD goals that was put in from the 2014 POCD report. And we went to gather as many signatures as we could, and we got 70% of them, and people seemed quite enthusiastic about it, and it's our understanding that it doesn't restrict the personal property's use of the land. It just gives more consideration when something's going to be done to that road, that it's done with an expertise and the thought of taking into consideration its historical and rural beauty. And so we're presenting it to you and having this public hearing in hopes that that can occur.
The application has been submitted. Karen can respond to anything along those lines, and the town clerk has also done their due diligence as far as this is concerned. So, thank you, Sharon. What I will do is ask Warren to come up and please, from a tree warden standpoint, or if you want to do it from there, that's absolutely fine, Warren. But as a result, in coming into this, the meeting with this on the table, I felt it was important for us to understand, since that was so much of a priority, exactly what can or can't be done going forward. So to that end, Warren, if you can just kind of give us an understanding or give us some input in terms of what this means from that perspective.
Well, we've already established two roads in town as scenic roads, Baldwin Road and Greenway Road. From the Public Works perspective and the duties and powers of a tree warden and general highway maintenance under federal highway standards, there's certain criteria, and I think some of the audience and some of the people that are moving to have a scenic road, I have no objection to the scenic road, but there's certain criteria when it, as far as managing vegetation, and right now on that road there's a lot of trees that are dying. There's a lot of trees that are just saplings that we're allowed to grow. There's a lot of plantings, I'll say, or they could be wild and they've been unmanaged for years. They're overgrown, and there is encroachment factors. There's sightline factors on intersections. They all come into play. Whether you go by the rules and regulations under statute or whether you go by the ordinance and dealing with the scenic road guidelines, utility companies still can come in and maintain their utility. We can still go in as a highway unit and preserve the road, take the vegetation away that's problematic. It doesn't change anything that I would be doing under normal circumstances. From what I understand, the majority of the trees, when the UI, you mentioned the flagging that was on the trees, they marked those trees. I'm not sure that there were pins or flags on all of them. But they approached every single property owner there, and there was only one that had an objection. Everybody else signed off on the removals. So right now, nothing is being done to that road. However, I have observed that there were new plantings within the town right-of-way that are going to be problematic, both for viewing stop signs, sight lines at intersections, etc. So scenic road designation is not going to change the things that we have to do. The utility company is going to want to preserve their infrastructure and maintain power to their customers. Some of the trees there could be changed, and I've had discussions with the UI, not the other utility companies, because I think the UI was going to trim on their behalf. You have phone and cable, et cetera, in there. But the residents basically signed off. I didn't object. I walked the entire road with the UI because the lines are on one side of the road. There is a notable tree at number 6. It's an oak tree, but it's got dieback on it. They intended to take those limbs off the tree for safety reasons. And I didn't see any problem with it. I will say, though, that because of the development of the properties, and it's not only that road, it's many roads in towns, landowners, developers, whatever, they start planting within the town right-of-way without permission. Those trees mature, and all of a sudden they become town trees, and they're costly to remove. The vegetation poses sightline problems, and I'm not exclusively talking about Westward Road, but when a developer or a resident plants, it could be one neighbor's driveway into another, which is considered by the police department an intersection, but that becomes a civil matter. It's not the town matter to remove those shrubs that are sightline problems. So, I mean, if the town wants to consider that a scenic road, it's up to the board to make that decision.
I think it was important that we understand from your perspective and see if anybody had any questions along those lines.
So a question about timing, because I guess our next, what we're going to contemplate is whether we're going to start the process to do this, right? We call a public hearing and whatever else happens. Is there a timing factor in this? You said that some things were tagged and it's paused.
I did not see any tags myself. Okay. I had a discussion with the canvasser that was going identifying trees.
Right.
And we walked the road, but I didn't see any flagging on the trees.
And I think I hear you saying that regardless of what we do in terms of scenic, if you find it a public safety issue and you agree the limb has to come or the tree has to come.
Yes, right now there's the road is enveloping in. You have encroachment from existing, whether it be private or public trees. A lot of our roads, Woodbridge is very heavily wooded, as we all know. And a lot of these trees, they weren't planted. They were just seedlings that grew and developed, and they're mature trees.
Or they were here before the roads.
Right. But from a public works standpoint, every road should have a safe zone. Snow shelf on the shoulder. That's why a 50-foot right-of-way, and you have a 24-foot road. So the pavement itself is 24 feet, and that's our standard. And you have a 50-foot right-of-way. Right. But there's a safe zone for people, pedestrians, dog walkers. I come in on Westward Road, and I can tell you when it's black outside and there's no lighting there, and you have a dog walker or a jogger at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, you can't see them.
Hmm. So
but
that's
that has
a timing
nothing to do with
aspect,
scenic
but-
roads.
Right.
Scenic roads.
Yeah.
in my estimation, there are certain properties there, not all. There's development of the properties, and there's new plantings which enhance the beautification, which would go to the scenic road aspect. I've seen mature trees on private property that have died off on some properties, but yet there's other trees on that particular property that foliate, and it's gorgeous. But I see a lot of unmanaged vegetation there that is problematic, and some of the species of trees that the residents had signed off on, we all know what white pines do in windstorms. And so there's possibility of power outages. Initially, one resident up there didn't want the things, and after the UI met with them a second time, they signed off, they wanted the trees removed. So I don't know, under the scenic road designation, it kind of handcuffs us as the maintainers of the roadway. We're not gonna widen the road, we're not gonna take stone walls out, we're not gonna dig up somebody's shrubs. If they're problematic, it's our right to go in there. If it's problematic with pedestrian or vehicle traffic, we have to remove it.
Public safety, yeah. Okay.
Questions?
I just want, so Nick, you've reviewed the scenic road statute, if that's the, okay,
I have.
okay. And this all is.
No, I mean, Warren is explaining it quite well, actually. I mean, really.
I wasn't doubting that, Warren. Just-
I mean, there's nothing for me to correct here. I mean, really, Warren's right. If there's a public safety, public health, Lynn is infringing a sight line, we've got an accident, then sure, we still have the authority. Warren, DPW, as the tree warden, still has the authority to go make that area safe. But like was just stated, having a scenic designation just prevents us from having the baseline authority. Oh, we're gonna choose to just widen this road now.
Okay.
Here, we can't just do that unless there's some real compelling safety reason that we have for doing it.
I mean, we're not gonna go in and modify shoulders and change the physical landscape of the road. But I do see there's some yews that are on the property and other maple trees and things there. They're just unmanaged. They're overgrown. And they are gonna interfere within a few years. They're gonna, if they're not touching the utility lines already, they're gonna be. And so some of the removals would actually beautify the road even more.
To that end,
Yes.
if we feel that that's an issue, are we not within our right or ability to let the landowner know and care for it before it becomes a
But we're not
manageable issue?
contacting them with that regard. If they wanna take that because these.
You're talking, but if we're talking on our right of way as opposed to private
They're not
property.
on our right of way.
Oh, okay, that's what I was getting
They're
at.
private,
They're on the private property.
yes.
So, okay.
But the UI had intent to trim. There's certain properties up there that there's small cherry trees and things like that. I've had discussions with the UI, they're gonna preserve those. They didn't wanna take those out. But when you have maple trees and ash trees that are growing, and they're still, by definition, they're still sapling growth, they're not trees. And we have the right, we can remove them.
Does the UI notify you as a tree warden prior to taking any action on the road?
They have to take the abutters, the town would be an abutter, and the landowner would be an abutter.
So they need to notify us?
Yes.
So we would at least know if it's something that they wanted to do?
Yes,
Okay.
that's on every property.
To that end, obviously, if something, what I'm looking for is from your perspective and where, if you hear that where there's notification to at least my office, to conservation, to those people who have a particular interest in that road and who are part of this process today, I'm just hoping we would take that extra step to say, hey, folks, here's what's this
One of the
may-
properties, there was a discussion that the trees turned to be some within the town right of way, some within the private property, and some within the state. I was gonna overrule one tree on the property because it was dangerous, on the tree, canopying up over power lines. We weren't gonna touch the private trees, but I was gonna overrule the ruling by the objection of the resident to take that one tree down on that one property.
if we could identify that just going forward, Warren, I think that's, I think it would be appreciated. We have to do what we have to do
Yes.
to make it safe.
I mean, there
period.
are
So-
also dead trees within the private jurisdiction that from the aesthetic side, and so when scenic roads are taken into consideration, like Baldwin and Greenway, there was more, let's say, in a historical value there, and I worked with some of the residents on that road where the value of declaring that scenic road. It had multiple benefits. There was one consideration, at one time, they wanted to widen that road. And that's where the scenic road designation would come in. I could take every road in town, consider it a scenic road. It has certain characteristics that would qualify under that.
I understand. I appreciate it. Are there any other questions? I'm going to ask you to stick around a little bit because we may need you again.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Warren. And Sharon, since you were up before, I'll mention to you, this is specifically so there's a clear understanding as to what can or can't, what could happen going forward. So, I mean, from my perspective, and it's up to us to determine how we want to move forward as far as this is concerned and designating this. And the next step would be to request a public hearing on this.
I don't think any of the people or our intent was to not make it a safe road. It was just
Oh, no.
extra consideration into the beauty of it so that could be a factor where UI doesn't generally use that as a factor.
Yeah, what I didn't want to have happen, Sharon, honestly, was just next year, the UI and/or Warren says, this is a real safety issue, we're going to have to do something with this particular tree. And there be a sense that, wait, you can't do that because of such and such. But if it's designated as a safety issue, then action will be taken. And that's all. I think it's important we do what we're doing.
Enough communication with some of those people that they can tell them ahead of time that that's why and make it a
Yeah.
manageable experience rather than a controversial one, because I don't think they want anything to do with the safe also.
But the people,
I should point out that the tree that I'm designating, it's not an immediate risk, but from a risk assessment, it has vulnerability to take out power on the road, block the intersection, and that's why I agreed, from the UI's perspective, to let them take it down, because there's cost savings by letting
Sure.
them do the work instead of us doing the work.
thank you, Warren.
The scenic road designation, does that increase the burden of proof to complete those actions to continue to make it safe?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
With the designation of this as a scenic road, does that increase the burden of proof? Like, are there extra steps you have to take to show that that is a hazard in order to?
Not necessarily from the hazard,
Okay.
but if we were gonna do any widening or modifications, move stone walls and things of that nature, that's where you have to get into notification to the people that live on that road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David's concerned.
David, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'd like to move that we call for a public hearing on this.
A second.
Second?
Second.
Is there any additional discussion as relates to this? All in favor? Motion carries.
And the public hearing would be at the next Board of Selectmen meeting,
Yes, Wednesday,
So-
January 8th.
6 o'clock,
6
for
o'clock.
public comment time, right?
Yes.
Let's say that.
Yes.
That works.
David, you made the motion, so you have to
That's
say
a
yes.
friendly, yes. That's the exact idea.
And that's
Perfect.
So we can get it in posted where we can.
So-
And that's within
yeah.
the 65-day guidelines to have a public hearing.
Thank you.
Oh, great.
Keeping us legal, that's good.
Next
So
item is,
just to be clear for the record, the motion is to call for a public hearing to be held at the next Board of Selectmen meeting, Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, here in the Town Hall Meeting Room at 6 p.m. to discuss and receive public comment on the scenic road application for Westwood Road. All interested parties are invited to attend and provide their input.
Just what I said.
Yes.
Sounds so familiar.
thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. All right,
Thank you.
onward to our next, onward to our next agenda. Alice Newton Park Town Property Use Request. Nate Case, our trail master, is here and present. Nate?
Yes, hello.
Thank you very much for your patience and
thank you.
and for coming in to talk to us.
I'm not sure exactly how to proceed. I did send a letter out. If you'd like me to read the letter, hopefully you've had a chance to do it. The letter essentially asks permission, tells what we're going to try to do in the park. We've done a number of things. Would you like me to read the letter? for
I think
minutes?
everyone has a copy of the letter.
Everyone has
in
a
the
copy.
file,
You've
so
read it?
everybody's looked at it.
Okay,
It's not necessary to
and
read
what
it.
we're asking for is permission to coordinate with Public Works and use behind Town Hall here for an entry, because the area that we want to initially start as our climate safe stuff is directly over there. It would take a whole lot more. It would take about a half mile of road. We've got a vehicle entry off of Old Mill, and we could go in there, but it would create a much greater hardship and a lot more work to get the trucks and stuff in to do the work that we're going to try to do. If you've got questions, I'm more than glad to try to help you out with what we're trying to do. Essentially, you guys know, the ash die-off has happened, beach die-off now. We've got 3 sections in the park that we've designated, basically 10 or 12 acres of beach die-off. And we're using one area that we're going to have an acre or so where it's a test, and we're not going to do anything and see what happens. This is a 2-year project. We're hoping, we haven't heard yet, now Andrea knows much more about it than I do, but we should know in a couple weeks whether we have the grant. And then if we have the grant, I'm just getting ahead, because we're pretty sure the grant's going to come in. We want to do this. There's a lot of public information that's involved. We want to try to use something that we can, that other people can use and we can use on an ongoing basis. If you've got questions?
Have you reviewed this with Public Works with Warren at all?
No, I've not.
Okay.
I'm just requesting, because we've got a forester that we would like to use, and then what I want is the forester to deal with Warren or whoever you designate, and then coordinate how it works, so that they know. I'm not a professional at it. Warren's much better. I'm here because Andrea said, "Look, here's something we can get a grant," and it's something that we want to see. Hey, Alice Newton Street Park is a jewel, but we want to see it there for 20, 30 years from now, rather than we see problems and we want to address them and do something about it.
Thank you. To that end, Warren, we asked you to come in to see specifically what we're looking to do and what's being requested here, to determine if there's any particular information you might have or any particular.
Just mentioning access from Public Works, and that's kind of vague.
Right, and that it would be coordinated between Maple Ridge Foresters and Public Works, and sure, what I would do is coordinate. All right, let's meet. Here's where we are. I've read what they want to do. They want to put stuff in the creek so that they can have stuff, and then take it out afterwards so they can have access. The idea is it's a temporary kind of thing that will happen, and then we don't want to have more access to the park necessarily for our vehicles, because it's dangerous. So it's an idea. We want you guys, the board, to give us permission, and then we'll arrange it with Public Works to figure out. And if they got a problem with something, well, then they'll work it out, because it's in that southwest corner of the park where we want to do our initial work.
So to be very clear in understanding, what is the ask? What is specifically,
The ask-
if we were going to vote on something now, what would it be?
Let me make I have a motion.
Okay.
What do you got, Steve? What do you got?
Motion to grant the forestry operator access to the southwest portion of the Alice Newton Street Park through the Department of Public Works area behind Town Hall, to mitigate the ecological impact of some of the planned work by coordinating the process of creating the entry with the hired forester and our Public Works chair. You're voting yes?
Public Works.
I need a second. I need a second.
Can I just ask that last word that you said, Steve? You said Public Works.
With the Public Works, it said chair, but it's with Public Works Department.
Director, right? Is that what we're going to designate that guy?
We have one concern, because some of this, from what is being stated here, might infringe on wetlands, and so that would have to be approved.
Right, the motion is to coordinate, so.
Yeah.
And just for point of
There's a motion is for access.
Yeah,
Well,
yes.
access
and-
coordinated with
Yes.
his agreement, right? Like, if he comes back and says it can't
Well,
be done.
That's why I want to be clear,
Yeah,
because
if
it
they
sounded
say it
like.
can't be done, we'll go the other way.
Yeah.
Okay.
If deemed feasible by Warren.
That's why they're, yeah.
But in terms of the work being done, is there any necessity to work with wetlands to determine the work that's being done, regardless of how you get there, that also has to come into play here. That's what I'm asking. In other words,
It's their property.
I'm trying to make sure that we're not saying yes without all the proper channels being followed. That's all.
Go ahead, Andrea.
Okay, if I may.
Yes, please.
Forestry is a form of agriculture, and there is the Water Courses Act, which describes the permitted use of operators taking place, like crossing streams or wetlands, and that is a right. You can do that. That's a legal action. There are best management practices for water quality when proceeding with a forestry operation where there are wetlands. The forester has already mapped out where the best management practice stream crossing would go. As Nate mentioned, it would be temporary in nature, and the work would really be done when there's less risk anyways, during the dry or frozen season. If it's the foresters, it would be the forester's responsibility to consult with inland wetlands if permits are necessary or if there are concerns.
So,
Yes.
what we're asking is for the forester, the people who will be doing this work, to have access through Public Works in order to get to the place where they can
Yes,
assess what needs to be done.
and by doing it that way, it would actually reduce the number of stream crossings and the number of linear feet that the equipment would have to travel, and therefore reduce the ecological impact.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
We have a first, we have a second warrant. I just, again, will ask, is there any issue with the access through Public Works for them to get there?
There is, depending on the point that they want to access. And for what Andrea was saying, some of the hardening and stuff like that might be in the interest of the wetlands to leave some of those devices there for future access without removal.
Got it.
It's an
To
interesting
that end,
thought,
can I
Warren.
just ask
Yeah.
maybe for an amendment on the motion to say in association with the Public Works Director?
Yeah, that's how this reads.
Okay.
I'll say
Very good.
I said Public Works, but Public Works Director. Yes.
Got it.
Friendly
All right.
amendment.
Thank you, Warren.
I think
And-
that's, motion's made, seconded, and any more discussion?
Should I abstain? Because I'm also a member. Okay.
You can if if
I'll
your
abstain.
involvement in this, it's
Yeah,
probably
I'll
better.
abstain
Yeah, that's fine.
because I am involved. Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion, comments? All in favor? Any nays or abstentions?
One abstention.
Thank you. Nate, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nate.
Warren,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you sticking with us. All right, and our next item on the agenda is 1875 Litchfield Turnpike. So,
Yeah.
Steve?
I'll provide a brief update on the 1875 Litchfield Turnpike property. It's a property that is up for sale in Woodbridge, and Mika, Tony, and I had a preliminary meeting with the property owner to check in on the potential to acquire this property. It's been listed for sale, but there's a number of factors involved with this. This property, the state has the first right of refusal for this property, so we're not able to immediately purchase this property. We've had several subsequent meetings. Some people are in this room who are involved in those meetings, and so the state is aware that it's available. I don't think the state at this point has had contact with the property owner, so that needs to happen first before any next steps can be done. But this property is of particular interest for a conservation open space purpose. It abuts West Rock State Park, as well as the Darling House property, and as well as state property and Woodbridge Land Trust property to the south. So our interest would be in acquiring it potentially, or making sure that it's conserved, whether it's by the state or by the town or by Woodbridge Land Trust, that it's conserved. So we would like to see this 28.2 acre property preserved, and we are sort of doing work to see that that can happen. Whose funds, when, and how still to be determined. We're working on it. That's the brief synopsis.
The current asking price is $379,000?
$75,000.
$75,000. So We're not at a point where we can submit for a grant. That's passed. It's just timing in terms of when it came out, so we're not able to leverage that at this point in time, nor do we know. It does appear that the state is interested, at least interested, so now it's, what we'll be doing is reaching out to the landowner or their broker, indicating that the process dictates that they contact the state. We've done that, and they haven't, so we want them to do it. The state has agreed that if they, and the reason is there's a process by, the state needs to get notification because it starts a 90-day process that goes on, and it's the subsequent, but the initial period is 90 days, and so we want that timing to start. So if the state doesn't hear from them by January, they'll reach out to them and start that clock so we can see what happens. But there's not much for us to do at this point in time, except try to prompt the owner to make
Save our
contact with the
pennies.
state. I'm sorry?
Save our pennies.
Yeah, it'd save our pennies, yeah.
Do we know how much, if any, is considered wetland?
Yes, I believe it's about half of it,
Okay, that's
about half of it.
Can I just ask a question about so it's being listed, but the state hasn't been notified,
Officially.
and that's a requirement before you list or just before you sell?
Before
You
you
can be
s-
listing all you want.
And when you say requirement, yeah, it's a requirement before they have first right of refusal of the property.
So if they get an offer, that's when the state would potentially be
If
informed?
the state has indicated that if if we identify that there's an offer, that we don't wait until January to let them know. And that's part of what we're looking for. So,
And so the state would then purchase it, or the town would have an option? How does the state give the town an option?
Well, so the town the state has the first right of refusal. So they need to make an assessment of the property and see what they see the fair value as, and they need to then work with the property owner to see if they can make that match. And then they have a timeline on which to choose to purchase it or not. If the state, since we're staying in close conversation on this, we're going to know if the state doesn't want to purchase it, and then then we would obviously want to step in.
We
one
don't
way or
have second right of refusal?
We don't have second right of
Okay.
refusal.
All
It doesn't
right,
go.
so they don't
It doesn't
have to
go
deal
from
with
them
us.
it doesn't go from them to us.
So
But we
best
said-
case,
that said,
Yeah.
property owners indicated to us that they're interested in seeing it. They're interested in seeing it used the way we're looking to use it.
right, but best case scenario, the state does go ahead and
wonderful-
exercise their right.
That'd be great.
Exactly.
It's all
In your
encouraging.
discussions with the state, what interest would they have in acquiring that property? Why?
Because it abuts West Rock State Park, it's the sort of view shed there that this property is within. So they wouldn't want to see some kind of development on that property within the view shed of West Rock State Park. So all of the properties that abut the state park are of interest to them and are on their radar. Happily, we are on the ground, sort of closer to see, hey, this property came up, and we can say this is of interest, whereas the state might not notice that went on sale. And the property owners might not realize that it's their responsibility to contact the state, that they have right of first refusal. So we are working on putting all that together so that the property owners know that they need to contact the state. The state, hasn't received official contact, though they are aware of it. It's on their radar now.
Is the right of first refusal filed with the deed somehow? Is that how we know that too has?
It's in the CUPOP list.
There's regs that specify that. So there's.
So it must be on file of the deed. When you look up the deed, it's,
My understanding is it doesn't necessarily have to be listed on the deed that the state has first right of refusal.
So it's
However,
in category 4 of CUPOP, which is right of first refusal, and it's listed as the state has right of first refusal.
Correct.
Or it was at one time.
The property owner does not abut the property. Like, they don't live, there's no residence, they don't live nearby.
Correct.
It was always my understanding, but I could be very wrong here, that this was used for hunting. And it doesn't really matter for our purposes.
There are trails
but-
that go through it.
Yeah.
And there may be, I know there's a structure there that somebody mentioned, and
blind,
it
yeah.
might have been a blind or
Yeah.
something along those lines, Andrea, but that's not been a topic that we've specifically been made aware of.
Yeah.
So.
like I said.
So we'll
Interesting.
continue
Keep us
to-
posted.
Yeah, we'll continue to monitor the situation and see what we can do. So, any other questions? All right, next item on our agenda, ordinance committee update.
Okay, ordinance committee update. So I will say there's a few things in your packet from ordinance committee. One is a revision of the emergency medical services ordinance, which we tasked the EMS commission with updating their own ordinance to make it up to date with what's happening today as opposed to what was happening previously. So that is there. We, as an ordinance committee, have not had a chance to look over this and meet as a committee to discuss these fine points. So we will do that next. So, but we wanted everyone to see the updates from EMS, and also that our attorney Nick Pamati provided for sort of draft housing commission ordinance and housing fund ordinance. So the ordinance committee has not looked at these together, but we will at our next meeting. We wanted to have an opportunity to comment on these things. I think EMS, for the most part, doesn't need much discussion at this moment. We'll make sure it's right and ready for approval and updating in the town charter. But the housing commission ordinance is something, if there's comment or feedback, this is a fine time to do that, to give that so that we can incorporate any feedback in our next meeting. Because again, we have not discussed this as a committee yet. We received it from Nick at the end of the week or over the weekend, but so we have not met to talk about it. It's in your packet for reference.
I'd just like to say also that those ordinance committee minutes are a draft.
Oh, right, because we have not approved, similarly, we have not approved the minutes, because we have not met since then. They are a draft minute.
So I just looked at the time, and in the interest of time, if this is coming back to committee, would you entertain that we send comments to you?
Sending comments to me would be great.
Okay, can I just say?
Please.
Yeah.
I sincerely appreciate getting it in advance to have that opportunity. So thank you to Ordinance Committee. I appreciate that you haven't met yet. I guess that your schedules have been challenging. I do want to learn more about affordable housing trust funds. This is a new concept to me. It's not something I think we've talked about, at least at the board level. Maybe you have in the Ordinance Committee. So I don't know if now, given what you just said, is the best time, or if we reserve that for next week. But I know we can't really have back email communication, like public record.
And
so
non-members don't really have an opportunity to interact at the ordinance committee either. So, but maybe, I had mentioned way at the top of the meeting, it seems like many hours ago now, Public Act 2129 and a legal background for us, I think would be helpful maybe as we get to this, because this is about affordable housing and promoting it, and we want to make sure we understand what we can and can't, should and shouldn't do.
What I can suggest along the lines of between now and the time that we actually take this up again, and we do have, you will get some additional information as relates to this, but there are also, this is something that's done in many other communities within here, Guilford and Guilford
that was
in
one of my
particular.
questions. Can you
And you
cite-
can kind of take a look at what they're doing and how they're doing it, and it's been in effect for quite some time. Nick can also, I believe, is Westport doing one of these?
Yeah, I
And
can
so-
just, on the fund piece, that was actually a component that wasn't specifically requested by this board or the ordinance subcommittee, but in my experience with several of our towns that we've been representing for a while, Westport, New Canaan, I know each, there's not a lot of affordable housing development in some of our other towns, but Westport, New Canaan have put both a housing commission or some sort of analog to what we're contemplating here, and then on a parallel track, and pretty much any municipality that has created this sort of a affordable housing committee, commission, this is what we're thinking about, has also, the state law allows us to establish a fund specific for purposes of increasing, just, we could keep it super general, just increasing the affordable housing in town, just leave it at that for now. The fund is a mechanism for receiving donations, number one. If there's companies or individuals who want to contribute and specify that I want it to be used for this purpose, in town, we're seeing a pretty surprising amount of those types of donations in some of my other towns. The other large driver for these funds, these two towns have also implemented zoning fees. So state law has also recently authorized us, or our TPZ, to whenever it's pretty broad, and it depends on, and this is where some of the fine tuning is still gonna happen for what's maybe best for our community here. But the way that, if we get donations, great, but the way that funds, revenues actually get put into these funds on an ongoing basis is where there's been built in a fee structure where whenever a development of a certain class is being proposed, or someone is going into the zoning department and, I'm gonna file to seek my zoning permit or my special permit or whatever sort of approval or authorization that they need to proceed with that development, there's state-defined fees that we collect, that we kick back to the state, but then there's also, we have some discretion on just what fees we want to charge for administratively handling that application. And so, long story short, the state law now also has broadened that fee-setting discretion to say, for us to really pick scenarios, again, that make sense in town for when developers, homeowners are applying for certain or all zoning applications. Again, we have discretion here. There's a portion of that application fee that then goes directly into this fund once it's been established by ordinance, which is why it's proposed this way as an ordinance. Then that becomes the repository to hold these funds for those specific purposes. That it will, we'll have more discussion. Obviously, it's late, but it's interesting to think about then how we want to use that fund. Meaning, some towns build in a more robust process whereby a developer can come in and actually make an application, say, hey, I'm proposing to put affordable housing in this spot. If this makes sense for the town, and this is a win-win for everyone, maybe there's a way that we can actually use some of that money to help us, make this happen. So in terms of incentivizing affordable housing development in certain communities, this fund has at least given the sort of fiscal wherewithal for the towns, the administrations, to at least be able to use it as some sort of incentivization.
So, Nick, I imagine you can give us the pros and cons, or some of the strategy of who would control those funds and what the mechanisms for controls might be. Is it always the case that it's this standalone commission that's in control, or could it be the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, whatever?
It can
Could be whatever
we want.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So maybe that,
So
we have
a here in Woodbridge, all of our trust funds are controlled by the investment committee.
Right.
So I just,
No, that's a good, actually,
want to make that point.
that would be something for me just to double check how it would, we would be able to address that in the language that we're contemplating here, so that, if for some reason, like what's being contemplated here and what I see in other towns is there's like a first level review by that housing committee.
And a recommendation.
Which then gets bumped up to, depending on how much money we're talking about, might trigger a higher level of review. And so, whatever we think is going to make the most sense.
And then one last question, because I know we're not trying to spend a lot of time, because you're going to do this in the ordinance committee, but do we necessarily have to do, I see in the draft language that the housing commission itself has a piece about the fund in it. If we wanted to pull that off for now. We could always go back later.
Absolutely.
So we could start we don't have to have the answer on this fund to start that commission
Yeah,
process.
that was the question of mine as well, because they're drafted as being in concert, and
Only because
it makes sense.
it makes sense,
Yeah,
but
that's
no,
one way.
they
That's
are
one
not, tie, one does not have to happen before the other, and even if, depending on when we pass them, like Sheila said, we can go back and make further amendments.
It does, it's an ordinance, so it does require we go through the ordinance process, which is the reason we're holding off on EMS, is specifically so we can do it together. So if it's something we're considering, it makes sense to do it together, just in terms of the overall processes that are required. And as I say, let's do our due diligence. If the board doesn't feel that that's the case, then so be it. But
Can I ask a question about, so EMS, we are having a public hearing at our next meeting about the, so we're already doing a notice. Can we do EMS with that one and save a little bit of time and effort and money? One notice, so we do public hearing on the EMS ordinance, which sounds like it's ready.
does the board feel that that the EMS is ready? That's, I guess.
What do you guys?
We will look at it at our next ordinance committee meeting, which I'm hoping will be very soon. Maybe as soon as next week. We were just working on scheduling, but that's okay. So I think it's possible, but we're going to have to do a housing ordinance, meeting notice at some point.
But if EMS is ready.
Yeah, just knowing that we have to do the housing, and it's not going to be on our next Board of Selectmen meeting. We're not going to be ready for that, so no, it would save us too much.
Right. Is it okay to wait on EMS, or do you?
It is. I don't feel.
Okay.
I don't think there's any.
This was a
urgency.
proactive, this is something we found and said, let's fix it.
Yeah.
So it's not something that somebody came to us and said, need to fix
It's
it.
been wrong for a long time.
So,
Yeah.
exactly.
It could be wrong.
There's a
for-
tagline here in Woodbridge.
Run for a few more weeks.
Nick, in the towns with these funds, have you seen it decentivize development interest? Because a zoning fee, if other towns don't have it, why would they pay for it? And I don't know how hefty these fees are.
Because they still are gonna make a lot of money on the
Yeah.
whole development. But no, that's a fair, and that actually came, we talked about that. And it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, and again, it depends on the community. For the other towns that I mentioned where this is working, there's a pretty active affordable housing development base that it's getting harder and harder for these developers to make money in Fairfield County, at least on them, but that's, it hasn't stopped them, at least in those towns. So, I think that's part of what our task is here to think about. Is it, would it incent, and I, again,
It's hard to know.
it's pretty, there isn't a great model. The legislature said, you know what, we'll let you guys do this, and you can figure it out, whatever you think is gonna work for you, and so,
So
this is,
in order to fund affordable housing, we make housing more unaffordable.
there's lots of different angles when it comes to this stuff.
But they're not, the revenue is not typically generated from the tax base.
Right.
It's not
Correct.
tax
It's
revenue.
not a tax.
And I'm just trying to think this through financially. Would it have impacts on the tax base? Like those zoning fees? Because I know you have to pull permits to develop, and that helps us financially. But these would be just specific to this, so it wouldn't take away
These would not
from
offset
revenue.
taxes.
Okay. And then, do we currently, Tony, or anybody, have fees built into for developers that go to other funds, like open space or anything?
No.
So this wouldn't be
We just have, the
adding.
only fees we collect go into the general fund.
Okay.
And the difference here is where we have this express state law authorization to really earmark this fund for this. You're really tying whatever monies go into this fund for that specific use, and a board or some body isn't just gonna be able to move it somewhere else at the end of a budget year.
Yeah, and I guess, so let's say we pursue this and it doesn't end up being effective as we hoped, but then there's this language saying that the money can't be used for anything else. Like, what are our options there?
So one of the things we talked about, the town owns like, we were talking about the Lucy Street property.
Mhm.
Like maybe there is existing affordable
Affordable
housing.
housing.
So that funds potentially could be used to augment or improve the existing affordable housing.
Well, we don't own the housing, we own the land.
So
So
I
we
think
can
there's
improve
ways
the
to,
land somehow.
yeah, there could be ways to
how.
work with the existing affordable housing or improve for affordable housing. I think
But
this
we're
is
able
really
to-
a means to receive funds, essentially a place where funds could go.
Yeah.
And it's actually a very good example, if I might just, Lucy Street's a good example, because when you talk to Chaff about Lucy Street and trying to see what we can do about raising funds to improve what's desperately needed, or what's very much needed there, one of the things that the folks will tell you is that, well, you can offer them tax incentives. You can credit the owner in taxes,
Yeah.
and that will give him some money that he can use for improvements on the property. Rather than crediting him taxes, if we had the fund, we could use that to do the same thing. So
It could be used that way.
So,
Yeah.
That's a legit use?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
The answer to that is yes.
And there are state grants as well that are related to affordable housing too. So I think this could be a place for that.
And would developers who aren't integrating affordable housing be fined that would go into this? Or is that up to us to determine?
I can give more detail on it, but for example, Nick, what I'll say in Guilford and talking to the first selectman, this is more anecdotal because it's just conversationally. I didn't read any documentation related to it. But in a situation for something along the lines where they want to put a development, they don't want to have the affordable component of it, they can in a sense trade that requirement for funding.
Yeah.
And instead of having one or two affordable units, they can then, because in that particular location, it may not be as effective and as productive as it would be in a communication that has, in a location that has more access
yeah.
for transportation, things of that nature, and they have something in mind that they can use there. So in a sense, they're kind of helping to pay to allow to do it someplace where it might be more effective.
Yeah. So we collect a fee instead of.
But that's in their zoning regulation, right? So this then touches on, TDZ would update zoning regulation potentially to
That's,
say
if I'm not mistaken, that's part of their ordinance for their
affordable housing.
affordable housing
Yeah.
thing.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
again,
It's-
as I say, it's anecdotally, I have to really look at it to understand.
So we had
it for sure.
originally thought that an ordinance could address that number of affordable units, et cetera. Now we know that the TPZ has already made some changes recently. But when the ordinance committee had previously considered it, we said that this is better for TPZ to be doing this because it's part of their zoning regs to do that. And even though we kind of had the option, we chose not to take that option. So if we do something like this, we probably just should maybe talk with TPZ because they would do a mirror image change in their
Right.
regs,
TPZ, I think, would ultimately, decide on some of the fees and things. We are
Correct.
creating the ordinance to create the
the way
fund.
we're currently structured,
Yeah.
yes.
Correct.
Yeah. So we wouldn't be determining the fees within the ordinance.
This is kind of our input into the POCD, isn't it? Because there's a whole section in the POCD about housing, and if this is something the Board of Selectmen is pursuing, and they're gonna have a, hearing on the POCD, because it would have to get in the POCD as well, potentially, or
I
would
mean,
certainly be
probably,
showcased.
yeah.
So this is kind of our input into POCD, which I think we're gonna talk about in January, so maybe it all goes together.
It's definitely connected. I mean, on the one hand, we need to make an ordinance for housing, and we can choose to make the
And we
trust
have
fund.
to
And
make
we
the
can also
TPC
give-
aware of what
yeah,
we're doing.
so there's connection. So it's timely that we're working on this now, and that we'll have a chance to use that for input.
All right, more to come.
Yeah.
Just so I'm clear, for our next BOS meeting, will we be voting on these, or?
We will at least have a final draft that I don't know that we'll be voting on it because
Okay.
it'll need to go to a public hearing to
Oh,
pass the
sure,
ordinance.
sure.
Vote-
Okay.
vote
I
to-
guess I'm
yes.
wondering, will we have another opportunity to
Yes.
discuss before it's all finalized and presented to the town?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But we may vote
And-
on a public hearing.
It's possible, yeah. So what we will do for ordinance, we will try to get this wrapped up on our end as soon as possible and get it into SharePoint for y'all to see as soon as possible. So there's ample time ahead of our next meeting to look at it.
And then if we set the public hearing, that's when we publish or really say it's available if you want to look at it, and that, whatever that text, wherever the text stops at our meeting is what gets shown to the public.
Just quickly, for the commission, the drafted housing commission, I might have missed it, I'm skimming quickly now, but are there term limits in this draft?
Consistent with all commissions. It will,
Okay.
yes, staggered
That's what
at
that-
4 years, I believe it's set up in there.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at it either at the
There's-
moment, but
Okay.
it's designed to be consistent with
There
all
will
of our
be
other
term
commissions.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
answer is
you
yes.
probably had, when we did the GATCOM that time, we started with initial term, you had to put the initial
Yeah.
terms in otherwise, because they can't comply in the middle.
Yeah, the section of the code early, so we're creating the subsection of this
Okay.
municipal agencies, and there's a broader initial section that
Yes.
covers that for everything.
Okay, thank you.
All right, onward to our next agenda item, which is our Administrative Officer Director Finance Report. Tony,
Thank you.
you have 5 minutes.
Set the timer, Allison.
We have through November of 2024, it's the estimated year-end surplus of a little over $100,000. It's mostly revenue-driven, and the biggest surplus here is with our interest income, which continues to do well. We'll see how things progress through the rest of the fiscal year, but so far we are generating a surplus of about $200,000, a projected surplus. We have a slight deficit projected in our building permit revenues. That all depends on the timing of the toll project, and if more of those come online quicker, then that could diminish, but that's just my estimate based on our current schedule. And $40,000 deficit in our transfer station, and so that's about $90,000 there.
Tony, is that due mainly to tipping fees?
No, that's mainly, I think when we created the budget, we had anticipated, I think our tonnage, some of our tonnage on our bulky waste is a little lower than we'd anticipated in the budget. And we had discussed possibly some new fees that really never sort of came to fruition yet. And so that's another reason.
Thank you.
Okay. Concerning our expenses, I just want a couple of mentions. First is electricity, that was mentioned here before about the public benefits charge. We're monitoring that in all of our departments. Some of our departments may need some funds later on in the year. We're just keeping an eye on that. And secondly, natural gas, depending on the severity of our winter. So far, it's not been too bad, but I will monitor that and report back on those as well.
It's not technically winter yet.
Right. I should say the severity of our weather. How's that better?
It's not good.
Those are our highlights.
Seems like we got 6 months into this pretty quick.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Funding requests?
There are no funding requests other than the number C. That's the whole point of that. Okay. Next is
ARP funds,
ARP
early
funds.
voting.
Early voting, so this is to use the remainder of the ARP funds, which is $26,632.69 for early voting activity in the town clerk and registrar of voters.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2425-18 of $26,632.69 to use ARP funds to offset costs associated with early voting activity of the town clerk and registrar of voters.
Sold. Oh, second.
I'm working.
Is Is there any discussion in regards to this? Tony, is there anything more you want? I have a question. My question is, how much of it does it cover?
Covers all of it.
It does cover?
Yep.
Okay.
Between that and the $12,000 in grant funds that we received, it's all covered.
Awesome.
Thank you.
But we should expect these costs every year now, correct?
I know I can tell you from going to the Council of Government meetings and the Council of Municipalities.
Every year every year there's a,
Yeah, but what's happening is that the municipalities are kind of lobbying our legislatures to reduce the timing on it, if nothing else, reduce particularly in terms of primaries and local elections. So hopefully there'll be some consideration given to that, but that's definitely something that obviously many of the municipalities share. Everybody feels early voting has been a great thing. But particularly with the primaries, they feel it's not. So I'm sorry. All most of those who I've spoken
Everyone
with,
except David.
those who were in the room, certainly seem to feel that way. But that's something that's going to be looked at. Thank you. Oh, any other comments or questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Unanimous. Thank you, Tony.
okay?
We have the town center sidewalk.
Yes. So this has been a long time coming, this project.
I'll say.
We've had a number of challenges we've had to overcome, but we've managed to do that, and so we finally went out to bid for this sidewalk project. For those of you who, just as brief review of the project, it's to put a sidewalk in from Amity High School on the down Newton Road on the church side of the property, First Church of Christ on that side of the property, into the intersection with Meeting House Lane, and then proceeding down Newton Road to the library. It also includes some new lighting and some of Mika's contribution to this project. Light poles where you, if you so choose, can hang flags or other types of
Decorative holiday.
things.
All right.
Well, thank you, Mika, for that suggestion. And some improvements to the walkway out here in front of Town Hall. So, and the grant is for just under $600,000. And so you'll see the winning bidder is within the grant budget. So we were pleased by that. And the low bidder has been recommended by our engineering firm, which is Cardinal Engineering. You'll recall we also did a transfer for the oversight and administration of this project. And so we're recommending the award go to DeRita and Sons Construction Company for $556,078.95. I will also mention that because the the project rather includes closing part of the road for periods of the project, we were able to get this for this to start as soon as the school is out. So we didn't want to disrupt the school traffic at the high school because it would, half the road would be closed. So it starts, I believe, a few days after the end of school. And it should take about 2 months, so we should be finished just before school starts in the fall.
For Halloween banners.
Hopefully.
Halloween
Especially that portion of the project. We'll do that portion first, so that part is finished.
Gotta create a new budget line item.
banners.
Use it as a fundraiser in businesses.
Correct, exactly. Many of the towns have done that. And if you see it with the kind of lampposts that they're looking at, it's
nice.
aesthetically, it really changes the aesthetic
nice.
of the town.
Yeah, it'll be nice.
Are they LED lights?
Yes,
They are, yeah.
yes.
I'll make a motion to award the bid to Town Center Sidewalk and pedestrian safety improvements to DeRita Construction Co. for a bid of $556,078.98.
Second. Any comments or discussions? Just in relation to the LED lights, it is replacing the existing lanterns with LED lights as well.
Oh,
Correct.
So it
LED?
includes replacement of our existing
Good addition, yeah, it's inclusive.
the lanterns as well.
30%.
So. Any other
Oh, light color?
comments?
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly was thinking that. But I figured it's already committed to now, so I don't know if it matters.
I
But
thought there was some discussion as to how they are.
is
and
there
how
light
they-
pollution reduction
Yes,
stuff in
yes.
place?
If I remember correctly, Tony, they
we
did.
talked about
I
that.
think we did. I think I brought
Yes.
this up, or somebody did when the person
Yes, when he came in and we asked about that.
But I don't know
so-
where that landed.
So, no, that was included, at least in terms of everything that we've discussed, so.
I'll confirm,
Any-
but I believe it's.
If that's not the case, you'll hear from us
Okay.
about that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Any other discussion? All in favor? Unanimous, thank you. Next item,
So each year, the town administers a fuel purchasing and we go out to bid for gasoline, diesel, and heating oil. There's still heating oil, right, a component. The town does not use heating oil, but we run a bid for the town and the Woodbridge Board of Education and Amity, Orange Board of Education, Bethany Board of Education. Who am I missing?
District 16.
District 16, there's one more. And so we run this whole bid process. Karen does most of the work. I'm gonna say it right now. So, and
Thank
has
you,
done a
Karen.
great job of putting all the documents together and making sure, biggest challenge is making sure that we have the proper amount of gallons quoted in the bid that the entity tells us that they're going to use. Because there could be ramifications if you bid too much fuel and you don't use it all. So, when we lock in pricing, there's two ways to purchase fuel. You can either float with the market, or you can lock in a price, and that price is fixed. We've historically, and all the entities agree that we prefer the fixed price route because you know what your price is, and you know what your price is for your budget. So we do this in December, and we lock in the price. We do have almost, because the price is always floating, we like to lock it in and award it as soon as we lock it in, so we really don't have time to come back to the board and show you the bids and all this other stuff. Because then the market's moved and we would lose our price. So every year we get authority to lock in, Nika and the first selectman and I get authority to lock in fuel, diesel fuel and gasoline are the two commodities that we use here. We, just for informational purposes, we use 35,000 gallons of gasoline, roughly half of which are the police department, and 23,500 gallons of diesel, of which half are the school buses that fill up at our pumps.
Tony, is there a reason why it happens in
I
December?
did not know that.
Yeah.
neither did I until I saw
I'm
them
just,
down
I'm
there.
just curious if there's a reason why it happens in December as opposed.
Why?
I feel like we did that. It's only been a year for us now.
We do it in December because, so we have the time for the budget.
Because everyone's in the budget process.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We used to do it in
April.
and it didn't do anyone any good because everyone's budget was already approved by then.
Explain the school bus.
Sure, so the school buses, there are two ways the fuel buses get fuel. There's called a drop ship, which is like the big companies, what's the big company, B&B. They get it shipped right to their location, and they fuel up at their location. But some of the smaller owner-operators that that have school buses, they fill up at our pumps, and then we have like a key, and we keep track of how much fuel they use, and then we bill the school district.
Oh,
So it's part of the contract.
It's part of the contract.
it's part of the company.
Right.
Feature
We would
it
pay
in.
for
So
it
they
either
pay
way.
for it.
The school
The
district.
We pay
It's
for
part
it.
of their
The school,
compensation.
It's part of the.
It's part of their,
Oh,
it's part of the
interesting.
contract.
It's not the bus company.
They don't pay for their own fuel, it's part of the contract.
Interesting.
And so we keep track of it, and then we
Part of what
bill
we
the school district.
Pay them to run the buses.
Yeah.
Is that because we get a better deal on the fuel,
Probably.
buying it
Yeah,
in
we
bulk
get tax
than they
exempt.
would?
Yeah, we buy it in bulk, ours is tax exempt, sales tax exempt, not, there's other taxes we pay.
To maintain the pump.
Yeah, and the pump system.
So is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to authorize First Selectman Mika Cardoza and Director of Finance Tony Genovese to act on the town's behalf to lock in fuel and oil prices.
Second.
Any questions, comments? All in favor? Motion carries. Resolution?
So, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Shanty Rose Garden. Maybe you're not. No. Okay, so the Shanty Rose Garden is a rose garden created by Dr. Prasad in honor of his wife
Oh,
in the community garden.
I'm sorry, yes.
He has, he passed away recently, and he has named the town the beneficiary in his policy in the amount of $50,000 to use towards the care and upkeep of that garden in honor of his wife. And so this is to pass a resolution so that we can use those funds to upkeep the garden.
It's really beautiful.
I'll make a motion to consider adopting the following resolution. Whereas the town of Woodbridge has designated as the primary beneficiary of TIA policy number 06291942 by the deceased Durga Prasad in the amount of $50,000. It resolved that the Board of Selectmen of the town of Woodbridge hereby authorize and direct Mika Cardozo, first selectman, to make, execute, endorse, and act as the authorized representative of the town of Woodbridge.
I'll second.
I'll just say on a side note that he used to come in here a lot, and we do miss seeing him. He was very dedicated to that garden, and he was great to talk to.
They provided a picture, which is in my office, as a matter of fact. And to that end, as far as this is concerned, just a question that I have, this is a resolution that I can act as a town representative in.
To sign the
carrying-
paperwork.
Sign the paperwork in
Right.
terms of how we assure that this is used for the rose garden.
So I'm glad you asked that question.
Okay.
So we're in the process, actually Nick is in the process of creating a trust document, an ordinance, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So to create it so that this can be placed in a trust so that it can just be used for the rose garden. And another item that we'd like to put in that trust are the funds we have for the resident assistance fund, which people call the food and fuel fund. And they're large donated funds that, should have that protection. Otherwise, you can
Use them for.
make a motion and you can use it for whatever you want.
So Tony, this would then go through investment committee like the library
Correct,
fund does?
correct, like the library
Noise,
fund and the
light.
OPEB fund and the cemetery fund.
Do you know what the current amount of money being spent on the rose garden?
I do, I have, since he had given us, before he passed, he'd given us about $10,000, we have that in there. And then, I think I've got an estimate, I've got it here actually, of how much, so he has a gardener that he was working with that is still going to maintain the garden.
Okay, that was my next question. So who's,
And, I have it here somewhere.
I can't even tell you. I'm wondering what my husband will do.
I was listening.
Love you, Nick.
Present for your next birthday.
Hopefully he's watching and taking, he's at home taking
He
notes.
set a pretty high standard here.
It's a few $1,000s a
damn.
year in labor and I just can't find it off the top of my head here.
It can't be much, this is gonna last.
Yeah, it's just, replacing the plants when they die, pruning, et cetera, et cetera.
Probably mulching, a little mulching here.
Very nice. Great.
Sounds like that'll last forever.
I've got it here right now, I just found it.
Provided
It is-
interest
Invest
rate.
it well and make interest.
Investments are staple.
We do well, yeah.
Yearly labor is $6,500 and materials are around $700, so. How much it costs.
It does do well. So, any other comments, any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is appointments. These are, first one I believe is for town clerk. Do we want to, Alison, you want to explain this, or?
Well, yes, but then also I'll defer to town council. So there's appointed positions as town clerk, registrar of vital statistics, census taker, et cetera, that have to be appointed and then filed with the state, because they're roles that we have to have. And then there's also obviously the personnel side where Stephanie has retired, officially retired, and Kim is moving, she's already full-time working as the town clerk.
Right, correct.
So this is just the technical appointments by the Board of Selectmen that'll be effective in January, because Stephanie is
She will no longer be here.
Right.
Right, so as of January first, Kim will need the appointment as like the new registrar of vital statistics and the new town clerk, so that that can be filed with the state accordingly, et cetera.
I'll make the motion to appoint Kim Rose, Town Clerk, Registrar of Vital Statistics, and Census Taker for the Town of Woodbridge effective January 1, 2025.
Second. Are there any questions? Does everybody understand what we're doing? Just, this is an appointment we normally do?
No, I realized my explanation was so choppy.
It was so good. It was right on. We got it.
Okay.
Any additional questions?
Can I just ask you a question? Will we have a chance to thank Stephanie for her work in some way?
There's,
January board
from an employee standpoint, we hope to recognize her from that perspective. And yes, I hope that there will be a way that we.
Some way to thank her, in addition to saying thank you right now.
We can consider a citation or something
present
along
her
those lines, so we
citation
can,
in January
where this
after she's
board can
retired.
officially
She just-
thank her for what she's done. So that would be nice.
Many years of dedicated service.
Indeed, indeed. Any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries. The Lunar New Year proclamation?
We need to do the deputy. We need the deputy as well. So
I'm sorry.
connected to this is the deputy. So I'll make the motion to appoint Susan Casselot as Deputy Town Clerk and as Deputy Registrar of Vital Statistics for the Town of Woodbridge effective January 1, 2025.
Second.
Questions, comments? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Lunar New Year proclamation. This goes back to the, just for context, it goes back to when we had DEI in here, and they had been working with a group from the Amity High School, and they had indicated that they would put together a proclamation as relates to, specific for the Lunar New Year. So the proclamation dialogue, I believe you have this in your, so what we're asking at this point in time is just authorization and agreement for me to move forward with signing and officially indicating that this is, in proclaiming that January 2nd will be proclaimed as Woodbridge Lunar New Year Recognition Day.
January 22nd.
January 2029.
Wait.
22nd, 2025.
I have 29th.
I got 20.
The
looking at-
proclamation
the proclamation
states
actually
22nd.
Okay, then go with that, because Tahara wrote that, and I trust her.
Okay.
So the motion
So
is.
if it needs to change.
Should I
we'll-
fact check
we'll
this
let you
real
know.
quick?
Maybe.
So the motion is to
Oh,
proclaim.
that is Lunar New Year.
Well,
Yeah.
Lunar
On my
New
calendar.
Year
What?
Yeah, that's what I was
2025
Oh.
is the 29th.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. the
29. So motion to amend.
But no,
Yeah.
No,
actually,
but I wrote the 29th.
actually proclaiming January 22nd as a New Year, Lunar New Year Recognition Day.
That's what.
It also
Oh.
says, now therefore, I do hereby proclaim, no, it says January 29th, and then it is January 29th.
You probably want to recognize the actual Lunar New Year day.
Yeah, it's this was.
Well, I saw 29th in the wording, meaning
Oh,
that
yeah,
I
you're
thought
right
we were-
down below.
So it is the 29th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So the motion is to proclaim January 29th, 2025 as the 2025 Woodbridge Lunar New Year Recognition Day.
Is there a second? Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, too.
sorry, where were you when we needed
Thank you, Siri.
Any discussion, any thoughts?
We've been here too
All
long.
in favor? Motion carries.
Did we get series vote?
We've been here too long.
The items on the consent agenda, acknowledging the town clerk report, acknowledging resignations, approving tax refunds, approving the BOS meeting schedule, and approval of minutes from the November meeting. Are there any questions, or is there anything that anyone feels should be removed from our consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Is there any questions or any comments related to this? Well, I just want to say, everyone has looked at the dates as far as the BOS meeting dates are concerned. No, we do first. So anything beyond this will be considered a special meeting.
And did we indicate in the two February meetings, so we have two regular meetings in February. I'm away for the second one.
Yes,
and
I recall.
can dial in as long as we're not making our budget recommendations. I'm gonna try
No, the first one will be your budget recommendation meeting. Yeah.
Okay. All in favor? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda
Motion
is,
motion adjourned.
so here, a second?
Second.
9:37.
We are adjourned.